Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire alongside Racing Rachel, the fan favorite, track announcer John G. Dooley, a.k.a. Mr. Boombastic, after last Saturday's quarter horse racing here at the track. Our sixth and final quarter horse Saturday morning. Rachel taking a look at the weather forecast and the radar. We'll be checking in with Chris at WRTV6 here in just a moment. But you know what? We're not alone. Looking at this, our simulcast tracks, it's sloppy at Thistledown in Cleveland. It's sloppy at Belterra Park in Cincinnati. Fast track at Parks,
they look
though.
about like us.
Yeah, there's
Parks got a fast track?
Parks has a fast track, of course. We remember Clico winning the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, taking out the Grade 1 Cotillion, I might point out, at Parks Racing there in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Jessica Paquette, hello. Today, 9 races, sloppy track as we start off this racing program. Rachel, all main track card, we're off the turf course, so thus no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Well, we got those pick 5s, low 11.99% takeout daily. Sloppy track to handicap to navigate the waters here today.
And not many scratches in the first early pick 4 or 5, really. And even the races that did get scratched, there's plenty of other options today. So I think our goal here today is to try to find some value in some horses that might favor this kind of track.
Not sure if we'll see any peaks of the sun. Was kind of hoping for it. I thought I saw one forecast that showed maybe we'd get a glimpse of the sun here today. But for that, well, let's not waste any more time. Let's go right to the source.
To the
Chris,
professional.
Yep, at WRTV6. He's got that seal of approval from the Weather Service to tell us about the forecast for our racing program here today. Chris, how are the skies looking today?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, a wet track for the first time in a while with some scattered rain through the morning hours. As we move into the afternoon, we'll have to watch for some scattered thunder showers. So you're going to see the lightning icon here. I know that looks really widespread, but I think they'll be pretty isolated in nature. That being said, as we head through the afternoon and evening, I can't rule out a flash of lightning, a rumble of thunder, and a brief heavy downpour. Much cooler today. If you're back tomorrow, even cooler. Back to sunny skies, highs in the upper 60s. Finally getting closer to fall-like feel here as we head through the week ahead. Temperatures will get even cooler than this. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, we'll take it back here. Appreciate that forecast. And as we all know, if you've joined us here since we kicked off the season in April, if it's isolated, it's going to be isolated right here in Shelbyville on top of the track.
I know. I was like, at first when he said that, I was like, oh, yes, that's right. Maybe it'll just be in a spot here or there. And then I thought the exact same thing right before you said it. Well, obviously, if it's going to be anywhere, right here.
We're keeping our eyes on the Hall of Fame trainer, Steve Asmussen, by the way. He had some horses running here yesterday. And Steve is on the march to 11,000 career victories. Talk about the Hall of Fame trainer. He had horses in here this week with us, also races at Remington Park, horses in at Keeneland, and also I think the Downs at Albuquerque. He's 5 away from 11,000 career victories. I mean, just head and shoulders the all-time winningest trainer in history. Member of the Hall of Fame and Steve Asmussen. I mean, what a number, right?
I know. I literally, Tammy just sent the poster. We already printed it just in case he gets it here. We
have a poster.
Tammy and I still have PTSD from missing Bernie's. Bernie Flint's. I feel so bad. It's like the only one we've missed. And so now both of us get the email and both of us make sure we know who's about to reach a milestone. But yes, we are ready with the poster if he wins here, but very shocked at 11. Can you imagine 11,000 wins?
He runs a lot of Remington Park.
He runs a lot of horses in Texas, everywhere. So yeah.
It seemed like not too long ago, we were always talking about like King Leatherberry, who of course campaigned, raced horses there in the Mid-Atlantic. You think about the old Pimlico and Laurel Park and King Leatherberry and just some of the greats of horse racing over the decades. I mean, Jack Van Berg from Grit to Glory, and here's Steve now, 5 away from 11,000 career wins. So we'll be keeping you up to speed with that, as we know all the other tracks where Steve has a string. Also keeping an eye on the march to 11,000.
Hope somebody else printed out a poster too.
I'm sure they did at
for
Keeneland,
insurance.
Remington Park.
Gabby's at Keeneland now, so you know they got it going there.
Yep, absolutely. And we've got, speaking of going on here, October 11th, talking about this upcoming weekend. We've got a big sale, Itoba yearling sale. We continue to watch the Indiana, not only thoroughbred, but quarter horse program. When you consider Indiana quarter horse racing.
Oh my gosh,
on
it's
Indiana
been amazing.
Day, you're talking about right at the $1 million mark for the quarter horse portion of Indiana Champions Day. The programs just continue to grow and grow.
Yeah, and you know what? I was just talking to Michelle Elliott and I were down there. CJ Storm won a handicap the other day. He was like I think under $7,000 purchase, and the horse just won $100,000 race the other day, or $150,000, and had already won hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you're looking at an investment on a horse in the Indiana program that can be fairly small compared to these other sales, and you've got a program that's rich and pays you very well for your Indiana sired, Indiana bred. So be sure to be here on Saturday, October 11th, this weekend, so that you can check out some of the horses. Grab some friends, come on out. It's easy to do. You could be introduced to anybody. I think everybody's so scared to own a horse, but we can introduce you to a bunch of wonderful people that would be able to take care of you.
I mean,
Yeah, you could do a partnership. You and 5 friends could get in a couple grand each and go home with a horse that could end up making you, $300,000.
And again, you talk about the close proximity here, Horseshoe Indianapolis, Crossroads of America. I mean, we're not too far from, you talk about, Keeneland, you talk about Churchill Downs, you talk about those tracks in Kentucky, Turfway Park during the winter months. We see some horsemen also ship down to Fairgrounds Racecourse. We know like a jockey like Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides down there during the winter months. Some choose to just stay here, because that's another great part about Horseshoe Indianapolis. You have an Indiana bred
All year round.
All year round training, right?
Yep, exactly. And I think that really has made a difference for our Indiana trainers being able to train in the winter. They don't have to get fit waste the first 2 months of the meet getting fit.
You see horses like
Makes
from
me handicapping a
Gennaro
little
Garcia,
easier.
they go race at Oaklawn Park. Yeah, so
Yeah.
take part in that. The Itoba Yearling Sale, again, it's right here on October the 11th. Hope you can join us for that. Don't forget, catalogs are available in the Racing Secretary's office. Tell Chris Polson and Valerie Riggs hello. The live webcast and online bidding will be available. More information at itoba.com. There you go, October 11th, coming up this weekend. Road to Champions. Speaking about coming up, Road to Champions Day, 100 days. I mean,
Oh my gosh,
we're
yeah, I
getting
can't
there,
believe
right?
it.
6th annual Indiana Champions Day at the end of this month, and we've had those top players competing for it. And here we got the big Road to Champions Day September winner going on to the big finals coming up here.
So we started this at the beginning of the meet and went pretty much the whole meet. We partnered with 123 Gaming to run it. There's 100 days in this contest, and it's online. Each month the top player wins $500. This month it was Joanne Gaffney is the September winner, and it's averaging 829 players with $7,000 in final prize money spread out over the top 6. So then there's also the cumulative payouts as well. And then the top 2 get to go with me to NHC this
Viva
winter in
Las
March,
Vegas.
and you get a seat to the 2026 NHC final in Vegas.
How great is that? I mean,
Yeah.
you talk about contests here at the track. It was Dooley's Legends yesterday. That goes all the way through. We only have one more Monday coming up where we don't race here, so there's still a few left.
There are. It's going to be really, really quick here. And I just realized when I was talking to Eric yesterday, you're gone in like 3 weeks. I
leave on a high note,
last
don't
night.
you?
John's asleep. I'm going through old pictures and deleting them, and I'm like just looking at pictures of us and send it to him. And then because I realized last night you're only going to be here for a couple more weeks. His last day is Champions Day, and then Jimmy Mac's going to be here to cover a week. Brian's coming to cover a week. So
Rachel texted me, and that was right after the Cubs then, after putting up 3 at the top of the first. Got,
yeah, and after I
blanked by
watched
the
my
Brewers the rest of the way. That
freaking
was
Chiefs
tough.
lost too.
Wow, yeah.
My Chiefs lost too. Pat got absolutely embarrassed last night.
Let's switch over to winners.
Yeah, I'm
Indiana
sad.
Champions Day, 6th annual Indiana Champions Day coming
No,
up
now
here.
you're bringing up Champions Day. I'm
For
sad
suffering
again. It's your
Cubs
last
fans.
day.
October 25th. Special post
No,
time,
I'm
by
not
the
going
way.
to be sad about this.
Don't forget, mark this down. You're going to want
Yes.
to join us early. If I have to wrap up the season here from the broadcast booth,
We're
I'm
gonna do
wrapping
it
up on
early.
a high note with Indiana
Amen,
Champions Day
brother.
kicking off at 11 a.m. Heard Saturday, October 25th. Look at the lineup. Not only will we have the top horses competing here. I mean, you're looking after Hoosier Day. We had those results here just a week or so ago, going on to the end of this month, and we'll be crowning those Indiana champions for 2025. Spectacular day. Activities for the entire family, of course, 18 and over, cigar rolling station, magic mirror selfie station, food trucks, winner's circle promotions, of course, always that uber popular t-shirt toss, and much, much more. Now, you want to make sure you get your reservations in. Beth is standing by right now. In fact, I talked to Beth earlier. She's got the phone in her hand, 317-421-8801. Just to repeat, phone lines might be busy. 317-421-8801. Tell Beth I said hello. Get your reservations in for Indiana Champions.
Tell her I'm going to try not to mess any of her reservations up. We've got tons of stuff. $3,000 mega bet drawings, magic mirrors, selfie station, lots of food trucks. We've got 2 separate handicapping contests. Just think of this day as almost half quarter horse, half thoroughbred. Obviously, we'll run thoroughbred first, and then the last half of the card is quarter horse stakes. It's just a wonderful day, and I got my, they launched a new, shout out to the sponsors we're about to shout out. They launched a new Jack Daniels, so we're going to have a, yeah, they're going to be here. Jack Daniels is going to be here on Champions Day. They're going to be giving out samples to their new Jack Daniels Blackberry. We just ordered like 6 cases of it. So we're going to be featuring that this weekend. So be sure to be here for a wonderful day.
I picked a good day for my final day of the season.
You did. I'll bring you up. Yeah.
Booth.
I'll bring you up the last race. I'll bring you up a Jack Blackberry. How about that?
365 days a year. Each and every one of those, we always take a moment to salute our veterans. We have a special day for you coming up here on November 11th. It'll be Veterans Day racing here at the track, a special contest, $2,500 Veterans Day Legends Handicapping Contest, courtesy of our friends with the Indiana HBPA. We'll certainly support, especially our veterans here in the Hoosier State, a day to give them a big salute and a thank you for all you've done for our country.
Yes, please join us. We're going to have our annual Racing Analyst Handicapping Challenge to try to raise money for the homeless veterans. We have a wonderful program here in downtown Indianapolis. They provide clothes, they provide food, they provide housing for our displaced homeless veterans. Very near and dear to our heart. Eric's father served in the military. I think yours, Air Force. And I think my grandpa was also a Marine. So very, very happy to be a part of that and raise money for them. I'm also going to sell some. I haven't asked Eric the plan. We might do like a silent auction, but I will obviously offer them for sale on my X to raise money for homeless veterans.
Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herrador. You talk about Jack Daniels coming on board for Indiana Champions Day. There you go with that new brand. Breed Development, also Murphy Trailer Sales. They are the winner's circle sponsor of racing here at the track. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You know it. 765-361-8803 if you'd like to reach out to them. Also, our tote board and starting gate sponsor of racing here at the track. That is B&H Electric. They've got locations in Shelbyville, Seymour, and Bloomington. They're also on the World Wide Web at bh-electric.com. Indiana Giant Hubler, head right down the road. You can check out those sticker prices on those terrific Ford trucks. In fact, we've got a couple of them parked right there in the apron walking into the track here. Of course, they're getting a nice wash from Mother Nature today, but we certainly appreciate our friends there at Indiana Giant Hubler. Also with the dealership in Franklin and here in town, drivehubler.com. Rachel just mentioned, by the way, her ex. If you'd like to reach out to her, talking about, of course, the former Twitter.
My ex.
Yeah,
I was like, I better not mention that guy. I mentioned my Twitter. Yes, please follow me on Twitter. I raise a lot of money and I say a lot of funny things.
I have an ex too. At John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen coming along later today.
Really days are in the past, babe.
Really nice quarter horse allowance. And of course
there is. Yeah. Martha's going to be here.
Martha Clausen on X and Brian Aragoni standing by on his X account to reach out to all of you about his selections for the 50-cent early pick 5. Hopefully his selections lead you to some wins here on the racing program. We've got 9 on tap. There's Brian's handle on the former Twitter. Also track-wise, we love to hear from all of you. We've got, of course, great content day in and day out on our socials there on X, on IG, also YouTube. Subscribe there at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. So not only here, we've got a sloppy track. Yes, we're off the turf course, but
we're going to make the best of it, baby.
You look around the simulcast tracks again. You've got a sloppy track there in Cincinnati, a sloppy track at Thistledown, at Jack Thistledown, my former stomping grounds. If you're wagering on the East Coast,
oh yeah, that was your first internship, right?
Parks. What's that?
Thistledown.
My first time calling races was there.
Oh, it was. Wow.
Late Mike Mackey. Appreciate. Always remember Mike. Quick commercial break here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns. Back with the B block right after this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Sloppy seconds here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, second day of the racing week on a Tuesday here in Shelbyville, Indiana. Sloppy and off turf here at the Horseshoe. 9 races today, 8 of them all on the main track for the thoroughbreds. 1 quarter horse race. Miss Martha guaranteed a winner on a Tuesday, and she's been very successful on any day of the week that ends with Y. But let's take a look at these first 5 races. I'll give you my ticket, how I structured things, and just overall give you an impression of how the beginning portion of this card is going to go. We did come off the turf, which does affect race number 5. It's really the only race that was ultimately affected in these first 5 races. 5, 7, and 8 are now off the turf with some sloppy changes. We've got some first-time starters, which wanted to be on the turf, ultimately will be on the main track in here that do stay in. In race number 1, you scratch number 3, McElroy, out of this event, and that horse is going to be a big player in here. I'm going to use some of the obvious horses. I think Galpin Sunday on a track like this does have 2 seconds on a wet track and is probably the horse to catch to cash in here, but there's just a lot of other speed. You've got Fairleigh Hall, who's kind of a grinder, grinds it out winless on a sloppy track and is going to have to run down Galpin Sunday. But let me draw your attention to Major Dax. This horse has consistently taken action throughout the morning. I was monitoring it early on when we opened up those pools. First click often gives you an indication of who may be live, and Major Dax opened up at 8-5. Recently gelded, first-time Lasix, dropping class from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming Jeff Hiles, doing everything he can for a wake-up call for Major Dax. Don't love that he's necessarily in for a tag. I do love that he's getting a ton of class relief. He debuted at Churchill Downs, Keeneland as a 2-year-old. They thought they had a good one. They thought they had something brewing. It just didn't play out. Now he gets in with his friends, likely where he could have been all along. Gelded back in August 31st, at least that's when it was reported. Lasix for the first time, class relief, and taking on winners. Did get the maiden breaking score at Keeneland. Opted not to go back there. They come here in for a tag. I think that horse is intriguing. 12-1 morning line. Currently 3-1 on the board. Have to love some slow workouts that are consistently spaced as well for Major Dax. We'll see if he's legit. But other than that, we're going to use the 2 A and B horses. Nothing too creative. Galpin Sunday. Lone Speed on the front end, and Farley Hall just kind of the grinder who could wear down some of the others in here, but is 1 for 14. Race number 2, maiden special weight event, going 1 mile and 70 yards in here. No scratches or changes to be reported. This is going to be the single. Bourbon Society was entered yesterday on the turf. They opt for this spot. Cipriano Contreras does an awesome job grabbing horses like this elsewhere, and $50,000 is a lot of money. That's a pretty large claiming price in here. This purse, $43,000, but I like that they've run protected, uninterested in losing this horse again. In fact, the only time this horse, who is 0 for 14, was entered for a claim, previous ownership lost him for $50,000. That's not a small claiming price, but you do have to overcome a horse who's 0 for 14. 0 for 10 on a fast main track, does have a second on a sloppy main track. I think has enough speed to get the lead if they want it, can certainly track. Not a horse that I've really deemed a horse that can't win or doesn't want to win. Certainly 0 for 14 might start to suggest that as a career maiden, but it wasn't all that long ago, back in May, that this horse was going off at 7-1 on Kentucky Derby Day. Yeah, this horse was on the undercard, actually ran in the opening race of the day at about 9 o'clock in the morning, depending on where you are, on Kentucky Derby Day. And that day, Landeros was aboard, tracked in the 2-path, just off the flank of the leader, and ultimately faded late. That was going 1 mile and a 16th in the slop on Derby Day. Did show good speed that day, didn't show much punch in the lane. Today they'll go 1 mile and 70 yards and a ton of class relief. Not going to be seeing any animals that you may have seen on Kentucky Derby Day. The second place runner, Chillax, actually has done very well out of that race as well. So this horse is faced much tougher, gets a ton of class relief in here, and I think Cipriano Contreras finds himself a good spot. Turf to dirt in play for Bourbon Society, who did scratch out of yesterday's event. Your other favorite, Chalice, is a horse I chased for a long time. I finally waved the white flag. I did so ultimately waving the white flag July 1st. Chalice went into the do not bet, do not use category, and that's no disrespect. Some horses make it there and some horses don't, and I'm just as happy when they exit the maiden special weight event as I am when they don't. But this horse, I've chased him long enough, lost enough money, probably could have bought myself a motorcycle or a nice boat somewhere for the money that I've lost on Chalice. So maybe it's time for you to jump on. He is 0 for 20. You're going to get some fair value today because I do believe the 3 is going to take a decent amount of action here for Bourbon Society. The 3 is single for me in race number 2 for a long-winded spiel about the single, but race number 3 brings a 1-mile event, and here no scratches, no changes. 9 of them set to go to the starting gate. I do think this is a wide-open betting endeavor in here, a challenging one at that as well. Not overly convinced any of them are going to enjoy the slop or the mile distance in here. I've got the long shot on the outside on Top Unbridled Sabbath, Evan Roman. John Heron has been on the turf the last 2 times, did get the win. The only win of the career in the slop in which it was sprinting, not 2 turns, but they just kind of kept finding, and a horse who I know is going to enjoy the slop. Sweet Saint, 5-2, makes a ton of sense. Aaron West, Sammy Ramirez, plenty of layoff lines, a 3-year-old filly stretching out for the first time. The breeding, not really indicative of a horse that's going to love the added ground, but could be any sort in here. The 2 and the 3 are interesting. Estrella Berlante, Rodney Prescott, Antonio Duran, 1 for 15, a deep closer, and then Echo Dreamer, 4-time winner. Sneaks into this race and certainly looks good. Race number 4, 6 furlongs on a sloppy main. No scratches, no changes. 8 of them set to go to the gate. I find this to be another intriguing betting event in here. What about Gettysburg Address? Cipriano Contreras, this is what he does. Claims elsewhere, runs here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It did not work out the first time. Claimed for 50, laid off almost a full year, and ran 9th in a 10-horse field. I do like that even though that poor performance, they spent a lot of money to get this horse back to the racetrack, they're not waving the white flag. They're not in for 20. They're not in for a nickel or whatever it is. Gettysburg Address is running protected again. Manny Esquivel keeps the faith in here. Cipriano Contreras, second start. This is a horse who not all that long ago was running on the Wood Memorial Day, Kentucky Derby Day, as well in the Pat Day Mile in a Grade 2 event. Dallas Stewart waved the white flag, put this horse in for 50. Cipriano Contreras still has confidence that he can get this 4-year-old going in the right direction. 1, 2, 3, and 5. Viking is training very well for Randy Morse. Could be any sort in here. Jack's Promise. That's an all-or-nothing proposition. And if you can figure out if Jack's Promise is going to win today, you are a much smarter person than I. Another horse who ran on Kentucky Derby Day earlier this year on a sloppy track, lost to Patch Adams, lost to Furio, has faced significantly tougher, was last seen at Saratoga earlier this summer, ran a huge race, but he is inconsistent as they come. I could make plenty of bad jokes, but I'm going to try to avoid the HR complaint today with inconsistency in Jack's Promise. Race number 5, our first off-turf event. Scratch 3, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14 out. Do note the 13 also eligible will run, and this is another good race. I think this is a good betting race in here. Dolce Vino was beaten as the 1-5 favorite. Are the bettors going to come back, or did they feel a little sour last time out? Because Dolce Vino was a 1-5 shot that had no excuse, drew the rail, broke fine, stalked, and just ultimately faded in the lane. Are they going to come back again? I don't know. I frankly would not mind if they did. I think some others in here are intriguing. Tom Amos and How You Do Something is somewhat of an interesting sort. 5 furlongs is kind of a surprise for me. They debuted this horse going 1 mile. Now they're going to go a sharp 5 furlongs. I watched some of the works over at Churchill. Horse looks kind of more like a one-pace grinder, kind of a stayer, which could fit in here. I think the intriguing ones to me are La Puma, Orlando Mojica. Ray Hernandez ran in a very fast race, won by a Stern Lady, who did come back to run a beaten favorite since then. But La Puma, if that debut on turf could translate to some success in the mud. I would not be surprised. And then great Carrie Lee. So Horseshoe closed a ton of ground on a sloppy off track on the debut and then went over to Kentucky down. So they showed talent on debut in the slop here at Horseshoe Indy. They passed 3 horses in the lane, came from well out of it to only be beaten by less than 2 lengths at 4-1. And then they thought they had something nice, and they probably do in the long run, but they went for the big money. They went from a $32,000 maiden special weight event here to a $125,000 Kentucky race where they went on the turf, 7 furlongs, turned left, turned right, ran up the hill, ran down the hill, showed speed, didn't show much finish. I think great Carrie Lee is the horse to beat and potentially the horse to bet in here. 1, 4, 5, and 9. It's an intriguing sort. We're only off the turf 1 race in the first 5 races. I think there's plenty of opportunity to be had because every day has opportunity when you're at Horseshoe Indianapolis with the lowest takeout in the country, 11.99% takeout in our pick 5s. Our verticals are great as well, and you've got plenty of opportunity today as we are 15 minutes away. John G. Dooley has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He will take you through today's scratches and changes, and remember, you can't win it if you're not in it, so start diving in right now. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, all main track card. Under cloudy skies, temperatures through the 70s. Main track sloppy were off the turf course. No $1 Horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 featured on the card. 9 on tap. Main track sloppy. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look right now at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Top of the card. Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Scratch number 3, McElroy. Number 3, McElroy has been scratched from the sprint opener. The second race maiden, first leg of the $1 early pick 4. No changes in the second race. Third race over the mile. And in the third, all 9 run. No changes in race 3. Noting the fourth race, starts off the 50-cent late pick 5. Fourth race, no changes in the sprint feature. On to the fifth race we go. One of those 3 taken off the turf course here. All main track hard. Maiden juvenile filly sprint on the main track now at 5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Dream Chick. The 8, Al Muhira. Take out the 10, Lady Blast. Scratch 11, Vedra, 12, Clapback, and scratch the 14, Dragon Navy. Scratch the 3, 8, 10, 11, 12, and the number 14. In the sixth race, here in the maiden juvenile sprint, number 1, Sparring Moon, has been scratched. Scratch number 1, Sparring Moon. Number 7, Sicaro's Prayer, a change of jockey to the meat leader. Fernando de la Cruz enters the day with 90 wins here at the meet. That's tops. Fernando de la Cruz picks up the call to ride number 7, Sicaro's Prayer, in the maiden juvenile sprint. Following that one, race 7, another taken off the turf course. Race 7 will be run over the main track. Note the distance there, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch number 2, Quirky Ride. The 5, Sister Mary Margaret. Scratch 11, Wreck-It Ruby. 12, Lunar Lace. Take out the 13, Title Tactics, and scratch the 15, V's Reason. Race 7, main track, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 2, 5, 11, 12, 13, and the number 15. Number 8, Reimagine. Please note that there's no equipment change. Blinkers last time out, blinkers today. No equipment change for 8, Reimagine. Turning to the 8th. And here our penultimate race of the day. Off the turf. Race 8 will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Here's scratch number 4, Special Gift Card. Number 4, Special Gift Card, has been scratched. 9th race due at 6:15. Nice quarter horse allowance dash over the 350 to close out the card. Here, number 3, El Fulano. A change of jockey to the quarter horse meet leader, Eduardo Luna Diaz. 29 quarter horse wins here this season. That's tops among those riders. Eduardo Luna Diaz rides 3 El Fulano and scratch number 8, All That Yard. Scratch the 8. Horses being saddled up in the walking ring for the sprint opener. It's the first of 9 on an all-main track card. Cloudy skies. We've had those showers around. Sloppy track off the turf. We'll have the sprint opener to start the 50-cent early pick 5 off due in 10 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses call postward now for the first race. The sprint opener over the 6 furlongs with a field of 7. Number 3, McElroy, has been scratched. Scratch number 3, McElroy. Race 1 on an all-main track card with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here. Sloppy track with 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the sprint opener and the start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track sloppy. We're off the turf. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Jose Gutierrez with Flying Ryan. Sammy Camacho Jr. with Bet on Brett in the orange silks. Joins Flying Ryan. Alex Ishard with Galpin Sunday. Luis Contreras up on Wings of God. Now moving into the starting gate here at 6 furlongs. Orlando Mexico with Farley Hall. Now vehemently, leading jockey Fernando Leta Cruz with 90 wins here this season. We just had Galpin Sunday break through the gate, unseated the jockey. Now the outrider was right there and just pulled up Galpin Sunday. Did not run too far off that Galpin Sunday now with the outriders. Now looking back toward the gate, Alex Ishard up to his feet. We just had that look a moment ago at Galpin Sunday with the outriders. Now turning back toward the starting gate is Galpin Sunday. Right now, that's the 9-5 favorite. Galpin Sunday, again, Alex Ishard, waiting up near the 6 furlong start. Flying Ryan, Farley Hall, and Bet on Brett, the 3 that are in the starting gate. Now here comes Galpin Sunday back toward the gate with the outriders. Will undergo a veterinarian inspection before being okayed to reload and run with Alex Ishard. Alex Ishard back on board. Galpin Sunday has been okayed to reload and run by the track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start. In the meantime, vehemently joined One more Mitchell Morrow with Major Dax. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track sloppy to start the card. Here comes race 1, the Renegade. Running out, Horseshoe Indianapolis. Galpin Sunday, who broke through the gate prior to the start, hopped in the air and drifts back to last. Vehemently a sharp away with Wings of God in the Navy cap, and toward the inside, here's Farley Hall. Now coming through with a bid for Orlando Mejica to join Vehemently, who's just in front for Fernando de la Cruz. Vehemently leads the dash from Farley Hall and Wings of God, third on the outside by 2. Galpin Sunday now through into 4th with Major Dax in 5th at the 3.5. Flying Ryan second to last, and Bet on Brett trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter sloppy track, swift pace on, just a few ticks over 22. They're aiming for Vehemently, and Vehemently spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole with a 3-length lead. From Farley Hall with Wings of God, Major Dax launching a bid now from 4th. Then toward the inside is Galpin Sunday, Flying Ryan, and we trail back to Bet on Brett as they splash for home. It's Vehemently. Half mile 45.36 seconds with the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Vehemently has widened on them. Vehemently is 6 lengths in front, coming past the 16th. Wings of God disputing second with Farley Hall. Then Major Dax and Flying Ryan. Galpin Sunday dropped right away. It's Vehemently. A Vehemently victory by 9. Farley Hall second over Wings of God. Major Dax finished 4th. (110.18) after the sprint. Sloppy track 110.18, 7.468 the unofficial. 7 Vehemently, 5-1 first. Number 4 Farley Hall, 9-5 second on the sloppy track. 6 Wings of God, 12-1 third. Here's the slow-mo, 8 Major Dax at 3-1 fourth. 7.468. Well, Fernando de la Cruz tops the meet leaderboard, make this 91 victories for the season. Here for Michelle Elliott, Kerry Brogdon, David Menard. Elliott Racing, top of a 9-race card. Vehemently at 5-1 starts it all off. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle is the 7 Vehemently, with leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz, his 91st of the meet, race 1 official. Vehemently, 3-year-old bay gelding by Volatile, and the Shimmering Moon by Malibu Moon, ringing up a second career win, both on wet dirt. Michelle Elliott for Kerry L. Brogdon, David Menard, and the trainers Elliott Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Vehemently likes it wet. 7-4 exacta paid $35.60. 50-cent trifecta 7-4-6, $39.25. Major Dax back and forth. 10-cent superfecta paid $21.37. And the sprint opener 3 was a non-runner favorite. Second, 7 ran. Sloppy track, 110.18 to start the card. 20 minutes away, race 2 of our 9, all main track card. No changes in the maiden. All 6 run. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts with a $1 early pick 4. Post time 2:41. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment or two, our first race replay of the sprint. Hope you had a bet on Vehemently. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Galpin Sunday, who broke through the gate prior to the start, hopped in the air and drifts back to last. Vehemently is sharp away with Wings of God in the Navy cap, and toward the inside, here's Farley Hall. Now coming through with a bid for Orlando Mejica to join Vehemently, who's just in front for Fernando de la Cruz. Vehemently leads the dash from Farley Hall and Wings of God, third on the outside by 2. Galpin Sunday now through into fourth with Major Dax in fifth at the 3.5. Flying Ryan second to last, and Bet on Brett trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter sloppy track, swift pace on, just a few ticks over 22. They're aiming for Vehemently, and Vehemently spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole with a 3-length lead. From Farley Hall with Wings of God, Major Dax launching a bid now from fourth. Then toward the inside is Galpin Sunday, Flying Ryan, and we trail back to Bet on Brett as they splash for home. It's Vehemently. Half mile, 45.36 seconds with the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Vehemently has widened on them. Vehemently is 6 lengths in front, coming past the 16th. Wings of God disputing second with Farley Hall. Then Major Dax and Flying Ryan. Galpin Sunday dropped right away. It's Vehemently. A Vehemently victory by 9. Farley Hall second over Wings of God. Major Dax finished fourth.
We are 10 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The 3 is the 6-5 favorite right now. I went back and forth a little bit in this one. It's always fun when you handicap in the morning and you know it's raining. You just have to wait, for the early changes to come in and figure that part out. So feel a little bit more prepared than when it rains, and when I'm already here and done handicapping. The 6-5 favorite is my top selection, Bourbon Society. This is a maiden. They're going 1.70 miles on the sloppy main track. Jose Gutierrez, the bug boy, and quite possibly your apprentice jockey of the year. She's just a great rider. Michelle Elliott, congratulations to her, who just won the first race. She rides him a lot. She said, he's a great kid and doing a wonderful job. So he's up for Sippy here for the first time on this horse. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Bernardini, who's never had a win in 14 starts, obviously, since he's in a maiden, but 7 in the money finishes though. And an off-track, try before that was 2 off-track tries, 1 second. That was a while ago, but this horse just kind of has not been able to find its spot. $120,000 maidens probably didn't help at Churchill. Then they put him in a claiming for 50, and he only missed by a length and a half for third. And then they brought him here. He ran on September 11th on the grass. Didn't like the grass. I think he's going to like the dirt better. He has shown a little bit of off-track form. He is definitely looks like a router. I mean, that horse has scope on him. He's long. He just looks like he's made for the 2-turn race. He's dappled out, sleek, looks tremendous in the paddock. That's my top selection. And to fill out my exacta, I'm going to go with the 7-2 Chalice. This one gets Mr. Chris Landeros, who's coming in to ride for Rogelio Labra. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Constitution. He's 10 for 20, so he's got 3 second-place finishes, 7 third-place finishes out of 20 starts. And here in Indiana, he's raced 9 times, and 7 of those have been second or third-place finishes. He's been at Churchill, Keeneland, Turfway. He's been close, numerous times. I did highlight the June 1st at Churchill 7 furlong because we're going a mile today. And I know that's not really a true 2-turn mile, but he put up an 87 in that race and he got third. He got left, slow start, and was 7th. And ended up getting up for third. So that one interests me. And then last race, even though he got 6th by 10 lengths, he was brushed at the start, and that was a $120,000 race. He still put up a 77 Brisnet speed figure. He gets into a lot of trouble he bothered at the start, got off a slip through, lost ground. Awkward start, brushed at the start last time. So let's get this guy out of the gate. Let's get him out of the gate clean. See what we can do today. But he's getting a lot of class relief. And not a lot, really. It was a little bit of an off track and he got third, but really like the 2. Is that the sun trying to come out? Look at that. Oh, Patrick is going to round out my try, the 5 at 7-2. Marcelino Pedroza are defending from a few years ago. We have, I think, Tammy said 6. I believe, if my memory serves me, 6 leading jockey title winners in our jocks room. It's just insane. But Marcelino, one of the veterans, 3-year-old colt by Motown. He's only raced twice, so he's the new kid on the block. But I like these works. He was at Hawthorne, and his debut was horrible. Then they took him to Kentucky Downs. He was an $170,000 maiden. We're just gonna give an excuse for those. And in that debut, the second and third place finishers came back to win. Now it's the works that I like. He's moving up, and I also like to find these horses, especially maidens, that are switching everything up to try to get this done. They're going from 6 furlongs to 2 turns. They're going from turf to dirt. He's getting slop today, which I would have preferred, obviously, a fast track. He's never had slop thrown in his face, so we'll see how he takes it. But bullet work on October 2nd at Hawthorne, 4 furlongs, 47-1 breezing. September 26th, Hawthorne, 5 furlongs. That was a little bit longer, a minute, but he was 1 of 5 breezing. And then I also like the September 14th Hawthorne, 47-2 for 4 furlongs, 2 of 27. So some nice works. He looks tremendous here in the paddock as well. So I'm going to go 3-5 here in the second race. I'm going to put the 3 on top, Bourbon Society from the Cipriano Contreras barn. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track. Main track remains labeled sloppy here for race 2. Maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. There are no changes now parading. All 6 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 2 maiden starts another rolling double. Pick 3 and the $1 early pick 4 starts here on an all main track card. Sloppy. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 early pick four here with the maiden. All main track card, Sloppy. You have less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kowick. Gabriel Saez with War Tank. The son of Tampet here on this sloppy track. First to move into the starting gate. Now Chris Landeros with Chalice, the son of Constitution. Has joined War Tank. Jose Gutierrez with Bourbon Society. 4 to 5 on Bourbon Society. Jane Elliott Partners, 7-time started Midnight Vengeance. At 1 mile and 70 yards, 2 back, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with O'Patrick. 1 more. Poetic Words, Evan Roman for Michelle Elliott, going for the opening double. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. They're off. And there's Bourbon Society with O'Patrick in the green cap, and on the outside, Poetic Words has the white dots on the black sleeves, who joins as they enter the first turn. War Tank with, on the outside, Midnight Vengeance, and Chalice has dropped back to last, the leader, Bourbon Society. With Jose Gutierrez, Bourbon Society takes charge of the pace as these maidens go to the back of this sloppy track, with O'Patrick right there with Bourbon Society. Then to the inside is War Tank, who's now third upon settling by 2. Poetic Words joined to the inside by Chalice, and Midnight Vengeance has dropped back to last, the quarter 23.44 seconds. It's Bourbon Society. Bourbon Society dictates terms as Marcelino Pedroza Jr. keeps O'Patrick right there with the front runner now as they make their way past the half-mile pole. In the meantime, with Gabriel Saez, War Tank tips off the inside parts of that wet track. Chalice toward the inside for Chris Landeros. Then Evan Roman asking Poetic Words to pick up, and with Jane Elliott, Midnight Vengeance still last to the sextet. The half mile in 47.34 seconds, Bourbon Society. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Bourbon Society, O'Patrick remains close. Now on the edge of the quarter pole. War Tank up there on the outside, and War Tank is trying to gain as Bourbon Society spins them in. Chalice with on the front outside, Midnight Vengeance trying to gain ground, and Poetic Words is dropped away. Well into the stretch, 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.29 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. It's Bourbon Society, who leads coming down to the final 16th by 3.5. From Chalice second and won't reel in Bourbon Society. Bourbon Society, wire to wire. Chalice played second fiddle again. War Tank third, and Midnight Vengeance back in fourth. .49 seconds over the sloppy track after the maiden. 142.49, 3-2-1-4, the unofficial run order after race 2. First number 3, Bourbon Society at 1-2. 2 Chalice, 3-1 second. Another silver medal in his 21st run. 1 War Tank at 12-1 third. Number 4, Midnight Vengeance at 8-1, getting into the frame. 3-2-1-4, hold all bets until official. Jose Gutierrez. For Cipriano Contreras, the son of Bernardini, off the mark in his 15th run. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 3, Bourbon Society with Jose Gutierrez. Bourbon Society is a 4-year-old big gelding by Bernardini out of the Consolidator mare, Giggling Gal. Racing for trainer Cipriano Contreras, Contreras Stable Incorporated, Linda Fisher, and Ed Fisher. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Bourbon Society out to the maiden ranks, and the results official. 3-2 exacta, paid $5.80. 50-cent trifecta, 3-2-1. $4.65. The Vehemently, Bourbon Society, 7-3 double, $30.80. Midnight Vengeance, fourth in the maiden, 10-cent superfecta, 3-2-1-4, coming back $1.62. And the maiden favorite first, all 6 ran, sloppy track, 142.49 seconds after the running of race 2. Third of our 9, one that was carded for the main track all along, here in the mile. No changes, all 9 run. No changes in the Fillies Mares mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in 21 minutes at 3:12. They're off. Now there's Bourbon Society with O'Patrick in the green cap, and on the outside, Poetic Words has the white dots on the black sleeves, who joins as they enter the first turn. War Tank with, on the outside, Midnight Vengeance, and Chalice has dropped back to last, the leader, Bourbon Society. With Jose Gutierrez, Bourbon Society takes charge of the pace as these maidens go to the back of this sloppy track, with O'Patrick right there with Bourbon Society. Then to the inside is War Tank, who's now third upon settling by 2. Poetic Words joined to the inside by Chalice, and Midnight Vengeance has dropped back to last, the quarter 23.44 seconds. It's Bourbon Society. Bourbon Society dictates terms as Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. keeps O'Patrick right there with the front runner now as they make their way past the half-mile pole. In the meantime, with Gabriel Saez, War Tank tips off the inside parts of that wet track. Chalice toward the inside for Chris Landeros. Then Evan Roman asking Poetic Words to pick up, and with Jane Elliott, Midnight Vengeance still last to the sextet. The half mile in 47.34 seconds, Bourbon Society. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Bourbon Society, O'Patrick remains close. Now on the edge of the quarter pole. War Tank up there on the outside, and War Tank is trying to gain as Bourbon Society spins them in. Chalice with on the front outside, Midnight Vengeance trying to gain ground, and Poetic Words is dropped away. Well into the stretch, 3/4 in 1 minute 12.29 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. It's Bourbon Society, who leads coming down to the final 16th by 3.5 from Chalice second, and won't reel in Bourbon Society. Bourbon Society, wire to wire. Chalice played second fiddle again. War Tank third, and Midnight Vengeance back and forth.
All right, you guys, I got AI Allen queued up and we're ready to go. I thought I could show you guys his selections for this race, and then I might show you some other stuff that he does. I haven't played with this part yet, but I thought maybe we could do how to place a bet after this. But let's ask him about race 3. My selections in this race are 8, 3, 7. And I didn't put Horseshoe Indy this time. See, yeah, you do have to put Horseshoe Indy. What are your, what should we say? Horses. What horses do you like? You like at Horseshoe Indy. Yeah, you do have to put that. Even though it's for our track, you do have to. What is it saying? Why am I having so many problems? I did? What? Yeah. What are your selections in race 3 today? Oh, did I not put today? That might have been it. See, we're learning together, everyone. Ta-da! Okay, so you have to put today, the race, and where. And then it brings it right up. So we might not have time to figure out how to make a bet with him, but totally wide open race because I have 8, 3, 7 and he has 9, 2, 8. So first we're going to start with Unbridled Sabbath. He says this filly is one to watch with her impressive early pace rating of 97. She'll likely be near the front early, which would be advantageous on a sloppy track where positioning is crucial. Unbridled Sabbath today gets Evan Roman aboard for John Herron. She is such a cute little 3-year-old filly who is making her 8th lifetime start. She's got 5 in the money finishes out of 8. She's on her toes. She looks wonderful in the paddock. John is right there in the standings. It's 1-2 for John and Klopp. I do believe Klopp still has 1 win over him, or they could be tied. Broke the maiden on the slop. So yeah, a lot to look at. Lot of upside for her. Then Alan is going to go with the 2, Echo Dreamer. Right now the 9 is 7-2 on the tote board, but Echo Dreamer with a strong pedigree of 97 and an early pace rating of 105. I love those early pace ratings, honestly. This mare could set the pace from the start. Her ability to lead might give her an edge, especially if she handles wet conditions well. Now, Echo Dreamer has been on off track twice. She ran the slop, but it was back last Halloween, actually, and she was 6th. So she hasn't really shown that she likes an off-going. Sun's coming out. Hopefully we can get it dried out, but she looks really good in the paddock, and she gets Mitchell Merle aboard for Ralph Martinez. Ralph's in the house. Good to see Ralph back with this 5-year-old mare. Definitely one, I think, just like I said, it's wide open. She has put up a 74, which is pretty high for this group. And then we'll go to the 8, which I have in my selection. So this is the one we agree on, Sweet Saint. It's the morning line favorite. She's a tracker, which means she'll be close to the leaders and ready to pounce. She has shown strong performance in her past races and could capitalize on any tiring leaders. Given the sloppy track conditions, early speed, Echo Dreamer, Unbridled Sabbath might have the advantage. He even goes on to recommend if you favor early speed on a wet track, Echo Dreamer or Sweet Saint. If you believe that leaders might tire out, Sweet Saint might come. Pick up the pieces. We're looking at the 8 right now, finished 3rd versus similar in the last race and hasn't been worse than 3rd. I think this one's the one to beat. Aaron West is a high percentage trainer in everything. This year he's 25%, 26% second off the layoff, and from sprint to route he's 16%. This horse also put in a bullet work on September 30th. 4 furlongs, 47 and 3. And what? It's 5 minutes post. So those are AI Allen's picks, 9, 2, and 8. Maybe next time we'll look over how to make a bet now that I realize what you have to put in to prompt it. But Sweet Saint right now is your 5-2 favorite. I also like the 3 and the 7 in here. Australia Brillante. This just shows you which ways you could go in this race. I mean, honestly, Tony Duran has Rodney Prescott aboard, going has been running in allowance ranks and now is getting a sloppy track. Has ran on the slop before sprinting and only was beaten a length. That's why I threw that one in. So 837 for me, but AI Allen is on the 9 in here. Unbridled Sabbath. Good luck.
The Phillies Mares stepping onto the track now for the third race. Here over the mile, a field of 9. There are no program changes. Track remains sloppy. Here a field of 9. No changes in the mile. Race 3 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. Just a note for horsemen to backtrack. There was a claim from the opener. Race 1 won by Vehemently. There was a claim for 2, Galpin Sunday. From the opener, Galpin Sunday was a $25,000 claim. New owners Mark Hickson and Karen Matthews. Trainer Randy Matthews claimed Galpin Sunday. That claim back from the opener. 3 minutes here for the mile. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading, Joseph Romero with Sarah Smiles. First into the starting gate, Luis Contreras with Tamarack Square. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Lada Latte. Mitchell Morrow, Echo Dreamer. Jay's Naughty Kitten going in. Fernando de la Cruz won the opener. Vehemently and Bourbon Society, our first two winners. Rodney Prescott with Estrella Briante. Samuel Bermudez up with Sweet Saint to post 8. Joe Ramos with Red Hot Justice, like Lada Latte, both here for Ray Paquette over the mile. One more. Up comes the Gray Unbridled Sabbath. Evan Roman for John Herron with 45 wins here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track remains labeled sloppy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Echo Dreamer broke sharp. There's Sweet Saint along with Jay's Naughty Kitten in the red helmet. And Unbridled Sabbath is up with these leaders as they charge into the first turn. It's Echo Dreamer to the early lead for Mitchell Morrow. Echo Dreamer in front of a close-up Sweet Saint now at the 6.5, with Unbridled Sabbath running in third from toward the inside. Lada Latte, who's in fourth upon settling by 2. Tamarack Square with the rail and Jay's Naughty Kitten, they're together. 3 clear from Estrella Briante. Sarah's Smiles running second to last, and Red Hot Justice trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs on this sloppy track in 23.62 as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Sweet Saint is vying for the lead with toward the inside Echo Dreamer head-to-head here in the mile. Unbridled Sabbath and Lada Latte toward the inside. Tamarack Square is racing 6 lengths off these leaders. Then Jay's Naughty Kid and Sarah Smiles in the white silks. Estrella Briante on the trailer remains Red Hot Justice. Half mile 47.86 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. Sweet Saint on the outside for Sarah Bermudez, and toward the inside Echo Dreamer as they take this battle toward the quarter pole. Length and a half to Unbridled Sabbath in third. Nearest the inside Lada Latte in the leading quartet. They've made a break. It's 6 lengths back to Sarah Smiles, who strains away in 5th. Jay's Naughty Kitten, Red Hot Justice on the far outside is underway. Tamarack Square and Estrella Briante. 3/4, 1 minute 13.90 seconds, 1 furlong to go. The battle ensues between Sweet Saint and Echo Dreamer, who battles on toward the inside. Echo Dreamer's not going down without a fight, but Sweet Saint just has the edge. Lada Latte's back in third with Sarah Bermudez. Sweet Saint pulled away to best Echo Dreamer by a length and a half. Lada Latte third. Red Hot Justice finished fourth. One 40.80 seconds for the Phillies Mares Mile. Sloppy track 140.80. 8264, the unofficial order. First number 8. Sweet Saint at 3-2. 2 Echo Dreamer, 7-1 second. Game effort. 6 Lotto Latte. At 7-1 was third, and 4 Red Hot Justice, 7-1 fourth. Hold on until official. Samuel Bermudez getting on the Tuesday score sheet here for Aaron M. West. Sweet Saint, the prayer for relief filly. At 3-2, the favorite obliges. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8, Sweet Saint, with Samuel Bermudez. Sweet Saint, 3-year-old dark Mayor Brown filly by Prayer for Relief. Out of the exchange rate mare, Sweet Rate. Aaron and West trains for Lois and Wayne West. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Sweet Saint takes out the Phillies Mare's Mile. The result of the third race is official. 8-2 Exacta paid $37.80. 50-cent trifecta, $41.65. The 3-and-8 double, combining a Bourbon Society with Sweet Saint, 3-8, $9.40. 10-cent superfecta paid $45.86. Red Hot Justice was fourth. First pick 3 on the all-main track card. 7 with the 3 with the 8. Paid out $18.95. And the Phillies and Mares allowance mile, favorite, first. All 9 ran. Sloppy track, 140.80 seconds. 21 minutes away, race 4. Sprint feature. There are no changes in it. All 8 run. No changes in the sprint. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start to the 50-cent, late pick 5. Post time, 3:43. Just as a reminder to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next 2 race cards this week, Wednesday and Thursday. There'll be no live racing here Friday, nor Saturday, nor Sunday this weekend. First floor, open for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. Label sloppy, they're in the gate. And they're off. Echo Dreamer broke sharp. There's Sweet Saint along with Jay's Naughty Kitten in the red helmet, and Unbridled Sabbath is up with these leaders as they charge into the first turn. It's Echo Dreamer to the early lead for Mitchell Merle. Echo Dreamer in front of a close-up Sweet Saint now at the 6.5, with Unbridled Sabbath running in third from toward the inside. Lotto Latte, who's in fourth upon settling by 2. Tamarack Square with the rail and Jay's Naughty Kitten. They're together. 3 clear from Estrella Briante. Sarah's Smiles running second to last, and Red Hot Justice trails. The first 2 of 8 furlongs on this sloppy track in 23.62 as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Sweet Saint is vying for the lead with toward the inside. Echo Dreamer head-to-head here in the mile. Unbridled Sabbath and Lotto Latte toward the inside. Tamarack Square is racing 6 lengths off these leaders. Then Jay's Naughty Kid and Sarah Smiles in the white silks. Estrella Briante on the trailer remains Red Hot Justice. Half mile 47.86 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. Sweet Saint on the outside for Sarah Bermudez, and toward the inside Echo Dreamer. as they take this battle toward the quarter pole. Length and a half to Unbridled Sabbath in third. Nearest the inside, Lotta Latte in the leading quartet. They've made a break. It's 6 lengths back to Sarah Smiles, who strains away in fifth. Jay's Naughty Kitten, Red Hot Justice on the far outside is underway. Tamarack Square and Estrella Briante. 3/4, 1 minute 13.90 seconds, 1 furlong to go. The battle ensues between Sweet Saint and Echo Dreamer, who battles on toward the inside. Echo Dreamer's not going down without a fight, but Sweet Saint just has the edge. Lotta Latte's back in third with Simmer Bermudez. Sweet Saint pulled away to best. Echo Dreamer by a length and a half.
We're 10 minutes to race 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What a ride by Sammy B there. I was kind of worried when I said Aaron was high percentage and everything. I was going to jinx him. He thinks I'm a jinx. All my people went in today. Michelle, Sippy, Aaron, very exciting. Let's go to the 4th race here where we're going to find a 6 furlong allowance, $46,240 purse. You know what? I'm going to be interested to see if one of these purses, I just was explained by Craig, our equibase caller, that it says 46,000 for our maidens in the program, but it's 32. So I'll have to see if this allowance, that it's only for supplement, I think. This is an open allowance, and we've got a nice field for 6 furlongs. Without further ado, let's go to the 2. You know who you are. Know who you are as a 4-year-old gelded son of Union Rags. Oh yeah, see, he just told me this race is for $34,000, even though it's listed for 46 in the program. That's only if the top state breds all finish 1, 2, 3. I don't know. He explained it to me, but they're running for 34. You know you are. This is a William Collins trained. I also just said by Union Rags. This horse has made 6 starts, 1 win, 2/3. Nice speed last race, and that went on the slop, and we're doing it again. It was the maiden breaking win, and I just thought, you know what? There wasn't a whole lot of off form. The 5s got a little bit, the 6, more good than slop, I'd say. And so I just thought that this one seemed to really relish it last time. Didn't have a problem with it at all. Even was 3rd a length in the slop and ended up getting the lead, the backstretch, and hanging on, winning with Chris aboard, and Chris is aboard again today. So we're going to go here with that one. The 5's a 6-5 favorite, but I'm trying to beat it in this race with the 2. You know who you are. And then I'm going to go to the 3 Viking. 3 is 2-1 right now on the tote board. Evan Roman aboard. He's looking for his first win on the card. He's riding here for Randy Morse. This is a 4-year-old colt by City of Light, the Dam, Giants Causeway. Hey, Cisco. Cisco is watching us. Cisco Torres. He is still at home recovering from a car accident. I love when he texts me and tells me he's watching. This iPad, I'm really good at getting texts and handicapping at the same time. Dropping in class from $102,000 allowance to this $34,000 allowance come from Ellis, was at Oaklawn until January. They gave this horse some time off, and hopefully it helped, but did not get a very good trip, was wide in there, and ended up 6. Looked good at the start of the race, but ended up kind of falling off. But it's just so much easier in here. And 89 with that maiden breaking win at $110,000 in January. I mean, this horse has been running up a completely different group than it has been today. And then we'll go to the 8. The question mark with the 3, I do want to say, no, never ran on the slop. So that's kind of jarring for the first time sometimes to some of them. Some of them don't care. Lord Majesty is who I'm going to round it out with. The 8 here is 35-1, by far the longest shot on the board. But look at this horse when it runs on an off track. Back last August 12th, sure, it was I'm not saying this horse is going to win, but definitely has the speed and the running style, and then in the slop shown with Ronnie Prescott last year. I'm sorry. Was that 2025? Yes, that was August 12th. This was this year. He ran on the slop and ended up winning with Rodney aboard and claiming for 8. Yes, this is a huge step up, but I think of all of them, he's going to like the off-going the most. So I thought throw that one in since we're going to have some long shots. But these races, it's been all over the place. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw me and AI Allen, the DRF picks for the last race. He had almost completely different selections than I did. And in this race, the bettors like the 5. I'm sticking with the 2, though. I'm sticking with Chris Landeros. If Viking doesn't mind the slop, I think that that's going to be a tough one. And then it's proven that the 8 does. So I went a little differently in here, but definitely the speed. Know Who You Are is my top pick from the William Cowens barn. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the fourth race. This sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 8. There are no program changes on parade. Here, all 8 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5 on an all main track card off the turf. The main track remains labeled sloppy. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Two minutes, 2 post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the sprint. Starts the 50-cent lead, pick 5. All main track card, main track sloppy. Less than 1 minute to post. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Now they're going in. Manny Esquivel with Gettysburg Address. Vincent Chamonix with Jack's Promise. Joins Gettysburg Address. Chris Landeros, Know Who You Are, drew 2. Joseph Romero, Tail Lights, has moved into the starting gate. Evan Roman with Viking. Sir Gallivant, Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. Now 2 back. Gold Diggin' Devil. 18-1 odds will be a double for Sammy Bermudez. One more. Luis Contreras with Lord Majesty coming up. The main track here remains labeled sloppy. All in line. And they're off. Jack's Promise starts well. Good speed from Tail Lights. Good speed from Lord Majesty. They're just headed off by Viking, who's making a dash for it. It's Viking toward the inside for Evan Roman. Sped to the front, pursuing Lord Majesty, and right there as well as Tail Lights. Sir Gallivant, another one that's forcing the issue. Viking first past the half-mile pole narrowly. Then to the inside is Gettysburg Address, who's running in 5th at the 3.5. After breaking sharp, Jack's Promise now being ridden by Vincent Chamonix to gain. Toward the inside is Know Who You Are with Gold Diggin' Devil. First run since Saratoga for Jack's Promise, who's plummeted all the way back to last. Quarter 21.62 through the goo here at the shoe, coming past the quarter pole. Vikings in front. Viking just leads Tail Lights, and on the outside is Sir Gallivant in the white cap. Lord Majesty on the front side, and Gettysburg Address gets a sweet rail run. Top of the lane, half mile. 44.84 seconds. Viking staring at one more furlong, but Viking is determined. To the inside, Gettysburg Address. On the outside, Sir Gallivant. Tail Lights has capitulated. On the outside, Gold Diggin' Devil and Jack's Promise. On the far outside, it's Viking, and Viking holding on. From a hard-charging Jack's Promise, who was last at the 3/8. Then Gettysburg Address with Sir Gallivant and Gold Diggin' Devil. .110.46 after the sprint. 3-5 and then a show photo. Bunch finish for third. 3 Viking, 4-1 gets the result. 5 Jack's Promise, 8-5 second. Third, fourth, photos. We trailed back to Tail Lights along with Know Who You Are, and Lord Nelson dropped right away in the sprint. 3 Viking. Evan Roman for Randy Morse. And the Leblongs, the son of City of Light, at 4-1. Result of the photo finishing third was the one Gettysburg Address at 19-1 and 4 Gold Diggin' Devil. 14-1 gets into the frame. 3-5, 1-4. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 3 Viking with Evan Roman. Viking is a 4-year-old bank colt by City of Light. And the Giants Causeway mare, Just Welcome By. Randy Morse trains for Joanne and Alex Lieblong. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Viking at 4-1. Race 4 official. 3-5 exacta paid $39.20. This 50-cent pick 3 covered races 2, 3, and 4. 3 with the 8 with Viking, the 3 paid out $13.90. The 50-cent trifecta 3-5-1, $69.45. 8-3 double $35.20. Gold Diggin' Devil 4th, 10-cent superfecta paid $68.77. In the sprint, favorite second. All they ran. Sloppy track it remains 110.46. 22 minutes away. Race 5 of 9 carded. And the first of 3 taken off the turf course. The 5th race made in Juvenile Fillies Dash. 5 furlongs main track Sloppy Scratch. 3 Dream Chick. The 8 Al Muhira. Take out 10 Lady Blast. The 11 Vedra. 12 Clap Back. And the 14 Dragon Navy. Scratch the 3-8, 10-11, 12 and the number 14 all have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. It's an all main track card today. Post time 4:14. In line. And they're off. Jack's Promise starts well. Good speed from Taillights. Good speed from Lord Majesty. They're just headed off by Viking, who's making a dash for it. It's Viking toward the inside for Evan Roman. Sped to the front, pursuing Lord Majesty, and right there as well as Taillights. Sir Gallivant, another one that's forcing the issue. Viking first past the half-mile pole narrowly. Then to the inside is Gettysburg Address, who's running in 5th at the 3.5. After breaking sharp, Jack's Promise now being ridden by Vincent Chamonix Teguin. Toward the inside is Know Who You Are with Gold Diggin' Devil. First run since Saratoga for Jack's Promise, who's plummeted all the way back to last. Quarter 21.62. Through the goo here at the shoe, coming past the quarter pole. Vikings in front. Viking just leads Taillights, and on the outside is Sir Gallivant in the white cap. Lord Majesty on the front side, and Gettysburg Address gets a sweet rail run. Top of the lane, half mile. 44.84 seconds. Viking staring at one more furlong, but Viking is determined. To the inside, Gettysburg Address. On the outside, Sir Gallivant. Taillights has capitulated. On the outside, Gold Diggin' Devil and Jack's Promise. On the far outside, it's Viking, and Viking holding on. From a hard-charging Jack's Promise, who was last at the 3/8. Then in line. And they're off. Jack's Promise starts well. Good speed from Taillights. Good speed from Lord Majesty. They're
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the 2500 Veterans Day Handicapping Contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
We are 9 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A very nice win in the last race. Evan Roman in there was, gosh, that was just, like I said, kind of wide open. I did have the 3, but I had it in for second. So let's try this again, folks. This is the FanDuel race of the day. The 5th race is the race of the day. We get your money back on a win bet. I'm going to go 2-9-1 in here. Right now, the 1 is the 3 to, oh gosh, that was 5 to 2. It's 3 to 2. Do have some scratches to report. The 3 is out of here. The 8, the 10, 11, 12, 13 does draw in. A 14 is out. So let's start here with Gypsy. That is my top selection in here at 9 to 2. Gypsy is a 2-year-old filly. She is sired by Munnings and Medaglio d'Oro Dam. She was 75 at the Keeneland September sale last year. Now, she's only ran once, and it was on the grass at 5/8, but she was well bet in there. She ended up second. She stalked everybody, and then the winner, just Gigabit, ran away with it that day. But the best of the rest was for sure Gypsy. Bill Walden is the trainer, and he's 34% second career race out of a small, albeit small number. He's 25% in win, 54% in the money as well. Now, how's she going to take the slop? I just said that in the last race. I liked the 3 Viking a lot, but hadn't been proven on slop, so you really don't know. You know, that's horse racing. That's the fun of horse racing, so we're going to figure it out. But I do like Gypsy a lot here from Bluebird Stables. Axel Concepcion is aboard here in this race. Then I'm going to go to the 9, and that is Great Carrie Lee. The 9 is on the tote board at 2 to 1. Walter Rodriguez in the irons here for Victoria Oliver. Love Victoria. Brings horses here. Does really well with them. This is a 2-year-old filly who's making a 3rd lifetime start. Now, she debuted here at Indiana in her first race on July 28th. And she caught the slop and was second. She was beaten less than 2 lengths. And so she obviously did not mind it at all. And it was on 5 furlongs. And it was supposed to be a grass race, and it got taken off to the dirt. Went to Kentucky Downs and tried the turf. Now, I wouldn't count that as not liking the turf. That's Kentucky Downs. It's a very particular horse that likes that European course, so type course. But we are switching up jockeys yet again today. Since that August 31st try, she has put in a work on the 20th of September at Keeneland, 4 furlongs, 49-3 breezing. It wasn't great, but it was still there. We'll take that and put it to her credit, I'll say. Dolce Vino, the 1, is who I'm going to go with next. She's probably a type kind of tuck in, track the leaders, which might help her here today. She's sitting on the board as the favorite, as I said, now 8 to 5, actually. Fernando de la Cruz is up for Mike Maker. Fernando would be scoring a double if him and Dolce Vino win this race. This one, Mike Maker's a high percentage trainer. He's 24% when he's the beaten favorite, which was heavy favorite last time out. Got bumped and ended up 3rd. It was slated for turf that day and was taken off, so some bad luck then, and now we're going right back to, it ended up being fast. I remember that day. It was hot and it ended up being really fast, but we're catching just straight slop here today. It's definitely not nearly hot enough to warm up, but I do like her on the inside. I love the look of her in the paddock. She looks phenomenal. Jockeys are going to leg up, and horses are heading to the track for the 5th race. Remember, this is our FanDuel race of the day. Get on the FanDuel app. I'm going to jump on over to FanDuel now and give my selections over there. You get your money back guarantee. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the fifth race. A field of 8 here for this maiden juvenile filly sprint. 5 furlongs on the main track. We're off the turf. Main track remains labeled sloppy. Scratch 3, Dream Chick. 8, Almuhira. 10, Lady Blast. Take out 11, Vedra. 12, Clap Back. And scratch 14, Dragon Navy. 5 furlongs, main track for the maiden. Scratch 3, 8, 10, 11, 12, and the number 14. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 3 minutes to post time. All main track card. 3 minutes. Now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden juvenile filly sprint. Starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba off. Track sloppy. You have less than 1 minute now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Gene Elliott with Cup of Coffee. Dolce Vino, Fernando de la Cruz on the Tuesday scoreboard. The first couple of maiden juvenile fillies in. Gabriel Saez, Helena Baby making her bow. Axel Concepcion, Gypsy was second here on Turf Sprint debut. Gypsy went it well. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with How You Do Something. Walter Rodriguez, Green, Carrie Lee is in. Now How You Do Something. Two back. Orlando Mexica with La Puma at 5 furlongs. One more J.J. Mason, this newcomer. La Precibida. Well, main track card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Waiting for La Precibida. It's been a sloppy track here through 5. They're in the game. The Robin sprinting, Dolce Vino rockets away from the rail for Fernando de la Cruz. Dolce Vino beats them to the punch. La Puma with early interest. Cup of Coffee in the white cap, and toward the inside, Gypsy comes driving through. Cup of Coffee, fourth past the half-mile pole. How You Do Something is in the white with the red blocks right there, racing inside of Great Carrie Lee as they round the far turn. Then father back to the newcomers, Helena Baby and La Precibida. Coming toward the quarter pole, it's Dolce Vino. The first two of 5 furlongs in 22.52 as these maiden 2-year-old fillies level up for home. Dolce Vino comes charging off the turn. Gypsy now switches out to a clear path. On the outside is Cup of Coffee, trying to sustain a run. Little promote toward the inside. Great Carrie Lee and How You Do Something tries to rally on with the rail. It's Dolce Vino, but now deep in the furlong grounds and is spurted away from Gypsy by 4. Cup of Coffee on the outside now getting into second with Fernando de la Cruz. A Dolce Vino victory. Cup of Coffee was second, and third's close between Gypsy with How You Do Something and Great Carrie Lee. $59.21 after the maiden juvenile filly sprint sloppy track. 59.21, 1-6, and then a show photo. 1, Dolce Vino. 3-1 first, 6, Cup of Coffee. 24-1, percolates into the exacta. After a photo 2, Gypsy, 4-1 third, and 4, How You Do Something, 3-1 fourth. A couple of wins on the card for the meat leader. Fernando de la Cruz wins 91, 92 of the meat come today. Here from Mike Maker, Kirk Wyckoff's Three Diamonds Farm, daughter of Omaha Beach at 3-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Race 5 official, the one, Dolce Vino, riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. Dolce Vino is a 2-year-old dark bear brown filly by Omaha Beach out of the Majestic Warrior mare, I Need a Partner. Trained by Mike Maker for Kirk Wyckoff's Three Diamonds Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Dolce Vino out to the maiden juvenile fillies ranks. Results in after race 5. 1-6 exacta, $133 even. 50-cent trifecta, 162, $183.85. 3-1 double paid $47.40. How You Do Something was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 1624, paid $108.16. 50-cent pick 3 covered races 3, 4, and 5. 8 with the 3 with the 1 Dolce Vino, paid out $49.20. $1 early pick 4, there's that result, 3831. Pick 4, 4-4, $138.20. 50-cent early pick 5 daily starts on the first of the day. Low 11.99% takeout daily on our pick 5s. $743.30 here, the will pays. 59.21 after that maiden juvenile filly sprint sloppy track. 20 minutes away, race 6. Maiden juvenile sprint was carded for the main track. Remains labeled sloppy. Scratch 1 Sparring Moon. 1 Sparring Moon has been scratched. 7 Sicaro's Prayer. The jockey there will be Fernando de la Cruz. Has a couple of wins already on the card. The meat leader, Fernando de la Cruz, will partner number 7, Sicaro's Prayer in the maiden. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent grand high 5. First pentafecta wager featured on the day. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:45. They're in the game. The rough and sprinting Dolce Vino rockets away from the rail for Fernando de la Cruz. Dolce Vino beats them to the punch. La Puma with early interest. Cup of Coffee in the white cap and to the inside. Gypsy comes driving through. Cup of Coffee fourth past the half-mile pole. How You Do Something is in the white with the red blocks right there, racing inside of Great Carrie Lee as they round the far turn. Then farther back to the newcomers, Helena Baby and La Presumida. Coming toward the quarter pole, it's Dolce Vino. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 22.52 as these maiden 2-year-old fillies level up for home. Dolce Vino comes charging off the turn. Gypsy now switches out to a clear path. On On the outside is Cup of Coffee, trying to sustain a run. Lopomo to the inside. Great Carrie Lee and How You Do Something tries to rally on with the rail. It's Dolce Vino, but now deep in the furlong grounds and is spurted away from Gypsy by 4. Cup of Coffee on the outside now getting into second with Fernando de la Cruz. A Dolce Vino victory. Cup of Coffee was second, and third's close between Gypsy with How You Do Something, and they're in the game. They're off and sprinting.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing, It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station for those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
Back here down in the paddock on a sleepy Tuesday with all these rain showers here in Shelbyville, Indiana, now just 10 minutes away. But we've got some excitement going on, and there'll be sunshine for one at the end of the rainbow today for one of these 2-year-old state-bred maidens. This one for the boys, set to go 5.5 furlongs, on a sloppy main track. We've got some excellent vertical opportunities in here, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta as well. That 10-cent pentafecta has been kind of the rage here recently. We've had quite a few carryovers. We'll see how this one shakes out, but it's a challenging race to navigate. You've got 9 2-year-olds, many of them making their first start of the career. Plenty of excitement down here in the walking ring, but I'm going to really lean into a horse with experience in here. Thousands of Hopes. Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables, Manny Esquivel going to get the mount in here. Gennaro owns and trains the 8, but the other stablemate for Gennaro, Rebel Sky, is taking all of the action. He's got 2. I'm going to use the one with experience and a higher price on the board with veteran rider Manny Esquivel. Has a nice 5-furlong workout September 13th. It was nice and slow, and I do not mind slow workouts. They have shown enough in the morning that they've got everything they need. They're not trying to build up any stamina or endurance or anything of that nature. I don't mind a slow workout, especially when it's 5 furlongs from the gate. I do like how patient they've been with Thousands of Hopes. Debuted on July 30th. Didn't go all that well, lost to a good animal in Young Angus, who still is looking for that elusive second victory after leaving himself with too much to do in his next 2 starts. But the third-place runner, Speedy Spirit, did exit the maiden ranks. Love that quick bullet workout here recently. Not much to go off on the breeding. The mare was unraced. This is the first foal, so there's not really a lot jumping off the page in there. But Manny Esquivel, Gennaro Garcia, a bullet workout here on October 3rd. I think Thousands of Hopes has plenty of upside after exiting what looks to be a live race on July 30th. But one of the firsters that is intriguing in here is number 6. Sammy Bermuda's aboard for Don Fontenot, a 2-year-old gelding who's making the debut today, bred by Brandy Steele and Jim Edgar, now under the ownership of Eddie Carrizales. Hopefully I did not butcher that name. If I did, much apologies. But Don Fontenot has been debuting some horses that can run right off the rip. This one has back-to-back gate workouts. Now, if there was a third gate workout, I may be a little bit concerned, but I do like that it was 47-4, breezing from the gate, best of 23 that day. Brenda's Gold, the mare, she banked almost $100,000 right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she went out a good one. Her last year of racing in 2016, she was 7 for 9 into the trifecta as well, and she's been pretty productive as a broodmare. 4 foals, 3 of them have gone onto the winner's circle, and most notably Neon Leon, who's a 3-time winner so far in 2025, and is as consistent as they come for Tiana Richardville. So there's some breeding there. There's some suggestions that this horse might be precocious at first asking. $1,000 through the Indiana sale back in 2024, running for a very nice purse of $36,000 here. Certainly looks good down here in the walking room. We'll see if Sammy Bermudez can get this one out of the starting gate and on the lead. But Rebel Sky down in post position number 5 may have something to say about that. Unlike number 6, who went through the Indy sales ring, Rebel Sky went through the Keeneland September sale a year ago. Now draws the eye of Alex Achard. A couple of very nice workouts. Got 7 posted workouts for Gennaro Garcia, who does enter in 2. Talk Softly finished her career winless and never hit the board. She faced some tough foes, though. She debuted at Belmont for Christophe Clement. She ran at Saratoga on the turf and also at Gulfstream on the turf. Another one who's been productive as broodmare, but I think ultimately this horse may want a little bit further. The average winning distance of these siblings is 7 furlongs. So some stamina has been induced and produced by horses like Literary for a good friend Essex Long. And that horse has got some back class as well with over $125,000 bank, but does like to go around 2 turns. So far, Talk Softly has yet to produce a first out winner through 4 tries. One of them ran second. We'll see if that changes today. Rebel Sky getting the early money down off a 10-1 morning line. Currently 3-1 on the board, but I'm going to try the experience of the other Garcia trainee with Manny Esquivel aboard. Thousands of Hopes on a rainy Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the sixth race. This maiden juvenile dash over the 5.5 furlong sloppy track, a field of 9. 1 Sparring Moon has been withdrawn. The 1's a non-runner. 7 Sicaro's Prayer, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz, has a couple of wins on the program. Fernando de la Cruz riding for a hat trick with 7 Sicaro's Prayer. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager featured here for the first time on the program. Double pick 3, sloppy track, 2 minutes to post time. Now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. A couple of newcomers. Samuel Bermudez with Amoe. Orlando Mejica turning up aces. Here at 5.5 furlongs. Now Jose Gutierrez with Trust the Word. Going in Sicaro's Prayer would be a hat trick of wins for leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Now Trust the Word. Manny Esquivel with Thousands of Hopes. With Rodney Prescott, Faganero going in. Trust the Word getting fractious in the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez hopping off of Trust the Word.
Yeah, put your strap on if you can. A snap, a long snap. There we go. Good job.
So now they've got him up to the feet. Trust the Word to be under a track veterinarian review. The vet on the walkie-talkie to the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards as they've backed these maidens, those that were in the starting gate out of line. Late scratch on 3, Trust the Word. After being very fractious there within the starting gate, Trust the Word now ordered scratched from the maiden juvenile sprint. All wagers on 3, Trust the Word refunds as the starting gate positions are realigned. 3, Trust the Word has been scratched. All wagers here in race 6, refunds on the 3, Trust the Word. 1 and 3 will be a consolation double. Check your tickets. 1-3 for a consolation double. Those using 3, Trust the Word in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch 3, Trust the Word. Back at the starting gate here to reload for this maiden juvenile sprint. Turning up aces going back into the starting gate with Sicaro's Prayer. Again, Faganero. Thousands of Hopes coming back up to the starting gate. Now Thousands of Hopes has gone all in. Alex Achard with Rebel Sky, like Thousands of Hopes, both here for Gennaro Garcia. Amoe reloads. Alberto Burgos with Happiest Moment. At 5.5 furlongs, stand by. We got that late scratch on 3, Trust the Word. The 3 is a non-runner. One more, Rosso Fuco. Joseph Romero for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 47 wins here this season. They're in the gate. And they're off. Happiest moment broke sharp. There's Sicaro's Prayer out to a flying start for Fernando de la Cruz to gain the early advantage from Thousands of Hopes in the red helmet, who now pursues. Happiest moment broke sharp, now running a third and joined out wide by Rosofuco, who's trying to make headway, going past the half-mile pole. Then comes Aoi with toward the inside, Rebel Sky, and Faganero running second to last and no early pace, turning up aces. Trails the maiden juvenile sprint by some ways. Quarter 22.54, inside 3 to go. It's Sicaro's Prayer. Sicaro's Prayer leads them coming toward the quarter pole from Thousands of Hopes, and Happiest Moment is coming with a run toward the inside. Aoi straightens away in fourth, with on the far outside Rosofuco. Top of the lane, it's Sicaro's Prayer, Happiest Moment, Thousands of Hopes. Right there is Amoe with the rail with a bid, 1 furlong to go. Here's Happiest Moment, who descends on toward the inside. Sicaro's Prayer, who tries to fight on. Happiest Moment has the advantage. On the outside, Thousands of Hopes continues willingly. And then on the far outside is Faganero. They're near home with Alberto Burgos. Happiest Moment wins by 2 from Thousands of Hopes with Faganero. And then Sicaro's Prayer and Amoe. $106.29 after the maiden juvenile. 106.29, 9 then a place photo. 9 Happiest Moment first. Thousands of Hopes with Faganero, Sicaro's Prayer, Amoe. We trail back. Rosofuco. Stand by for the full order from the judges. Happiest Moment takes it out. Alberto Burgos for Mike Lauer. Penny Lauer's homebred by Good Samaritan. Gets off the mark in his fourth run at 5-1 odds. The judges have posted after a photograph. Number 8, Thousands of Hopes, second. Number 4, Faganero, third. The 7, Sicaro's Prayer, fourth. And 6, Amoe, fifth. 9-8, 4-7, 6. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 9 Happiest Moment with Alberto Burgos recording his 55th win of the meet. Happiest Moment is a 2-year-old bay colt by Good Samaritan. Out of the Alternation Mare, Alternate Prize, Mike Lauer trains for Penny Lauer. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Mike and Penny Lauer. Clocked 106.29 after a maiden win. Race 6 official. The 9-8 exacta paid $75.40. 50-cent trifecta, $118.60. The 1-9 double, $72.40. 1-3 consolation double, returned $9.40 for a consolation double. Sicaro's Prayer was fourth, 10-cent superfecta, $79.50. 50-cent pick 3, $88.75. 10-cent pentafecta, paid $626.25. Amoe ran fifth. And the maiden juvenile sprint, the 1 and 3 were the non-runners. Favorite, fourth. 8 ran, 106.29, sloppy track. 23 minutes away, race 7 is next on the docket. One of those taken off the turf course. Fillies and Mares on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Quirky Ride. The 5, Sister Mary Margaret. Take out 11, Wreck-It Ruby. 12, Lunar Lace. 13 Title Tactics has been withdrawn and scratch 15 V's Reason. The 14 Small Town Heroine draws in. Small Town Heroine. The 14 runs. Scratch the 2-5, 11, 12, 13, and the number 15. No rider changes. Number 8 Reimagine. No equipment change. Blinkers last time out. Blinkers today. There's no equipment change for the 8 Reimagine. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Pentafecta. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 5:21. Once again, just as a reminder, Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next live race card will be here tomorrow. Wednesday and Thursday programs from 2:10. No live racing Friday nor over the weekend. First floor for simulcast wagering on those dark days. And, of course, on live racing programs, first floor open for simulcast wagering now. Big day coming up here at the end of the month. Hope you can join us. Indiana's best and brightest thoroughbred and quarter horse stars featured on Indiana Champions Day on the 25th. Note first race post time will now be at 11 a.m. Purses on Champions Day in excess of $1.7 million. There's that reminder. Some of those trackside activities, including a cigar rolling station, magic mirror selfie station, food trucks, winner's circle promotions, that popular t-shirt toss, and more. Reservations, contact Beth at 317-428-8801. Phone lines are open now. Season. They're in the gate. And they're off. Happiest moment broke sharp. There's Sicaro's Prayer out to a flying start for Fernando de la Cruz to gain the early advantage from Thousands of Hopes in the red helmet who now pursues. Happiest moment broke sharp now running a third and joined out wide by Rosso Fuco, who's trying to make headway going past the half-mile pole. That comes Aoi with toward the inside, Rebel Sky, and Faganero running second to last and no early pace, turning up aces. Trails the maiden juvenile sprint by some ways. Quarter 22.54, inside 3 to go. It's Sicaro's Prayer. Sicaro's Prayer leads them coming toward the quarter pole from Thousands of Hopes, and Happiest Moment is coming with a run toward the inside. Aoi straightens away in fourth, with on the far outside Rosso Fuco. Top of the lane, it's Sicaro's Prayer, Happiest Moment, Thousands of Hopes. Right there is Amoe with the rail with a bid, 1 furlong to go. Here's Happiest Moment who descends on toward the inside. Sicaro's Prayer who tries to fight on. Happiest Moment has the advantage on the outside. Thousands of Hopes continues willingly. And then on the far outside is Faganero. They're near home with Alberto Burgos. Happiest Moment wins by 2 from Thousands of Hopes with Faganero. And then Sicaro's Prayer and Amoe. Season. They're in.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced, went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Sheneveli. Soy Hawaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliot, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
Minutes away from race number 8, a mile and 70 yards. Going to be the distance. This one originally carded for the turf. Hopefully we'll be back on the turf tomorrow, but with the amount of moisture we've gotten and the temperatures, it's going to be really difficult to dry out. I would Probably lean towards being off the turf, although hopeful that we will be on the turf. Scratch numbers 2, 5, 11, 12, 13, and 15. Should be noted that number 14, the also eligible small town heroine, does draw in for Tiana Richardville and makes the first start for Evans Thoroughbred Racing after coming over for Justin Jeansum. Let's take a look at this field in here for the 7th race. I'm going to put the 4 on top. The hammer time of the day is going to go to Morgan's Bluff, a 5-year-old chestnut mare who's 1 for 15. She's got a little bit of second-itis with 3 seconds to her name. Castanon comes in for 1 mount and 1 mount only as he keeps the mount in here. Interestingly enough, he's been aboard plenty of times, but the lone win came on a sloppy surface at Ellis Park the one time in the last 5 races that Leperoux got aboard at 6-1. Now, this does have the appearance of a 1-run closer, and the way the track's been playing, probably not too favorable or a great setup in here for Morgan's Bluff. But it could be a decent hunch play in here, owned by Howard Siegel. It's been an interesting week with the passing of one of the best handicappers, Mr. Siegel, in here. So maybe a little bit of a hunch play with this chestnut mare by More Than Ready out of Florida Fuego. I don't love that this horse is 1 for 15. I don't mind at all coming from turf to the dirt. That lone win did come on a sloppy race surface like we'll see today. However, it was at Ellis Park, which is a 1-turn mile over there, but showed enough tactical speed and really made that look like a very, very easy win. I am concerned the way the track's been playing. If you hit the lead, nobody is passing it. It is a conveyor belt today. So Morgan's Bluff will need to overcome that. Was full of run at the top of the lane last time out on the turf. Needed space, couldn't get out. Once they did, closed best of all, and probably should have won that race. We'll see if Morgan's Bluff can get some clear running room today. 9-5, but going to be coming from off the pace. We'll see if they can go from last to first in here as the horse to beat and the hammer time of the day. But the 7 is Crowned with Grace. Alex Achard and Tiana Richardville in here. Loves Horseshoe Indianapolis. 4 starts, 1 win, 1 second as well. The lone try on a sloppy surface was a well-beaten, but did finish second behind La Orgalusa, who won by 11 lengths that day. This horse, Crowned with Grace, does bring her A-game each and every time. She's a 3-year-old filly. She's continuing to be lightly raced. She's running plenty of protected races prior to making her way down to the 12,500. She was once claimed from Eddie Keneally for 20,000. I think she's got enough tactical speed to be close enough to the lead. Another one who goes from the turf to the dirt. Ramos off, Achard aboard for Thirsty Acres Racing. We'll see if they can get some of that claim money back with Crowned with Grace looking to get out of this non-winners of 2 condition. 16-1 Chile on the board at this point, but Wedding March gets the red-hot Fernando de la Cruz and Mike Maker. They already teamed up with a winner earlier today. They look for another one in here. Another one who's claimed elsewhere, comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis, but got to be honest, claimed for 50,000, ran 1 time at the allowance ranks, finished 6th, and now Paradise Farms Corp is completely willing to let her go for much less than they bought her for. Purchased for 50,000, in for a tag of 12,500. You can determine whether that is a red flag or a bargain deal in here. But I do know Fernando de la Cruz, Mike Maker, both of those guys do win races regardless of the circumstances. They do have experience on muddy track over at Lone Star, in which they showed speed, didn't show much finish, but the 1st and 3rd place runners did come back to win as well. Fernando de la Cruz seems to be one who's figured out you want to be near the lead. He's drawn to the outside. We'll see if it's the wedding march or the divorce proceedings in race number 7, as we are just 5 minutes away. I'm going to try to get the hammer time home of the day. Morgan's Bluff should get a pace setup, but is 1 for 15. We'll see how it shakes out for race number 7. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. It's taken off the turf course. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 9. Scratch the 2, Quirky Ride. 5, Sister Mary Margaret. Scratch 11, Wrecked Ruby, 12, Lunar Lace. 13, Title Tactics, and take out 15, V's Reason. 2, 5, 11, 12, 13, and the 15 are the non-runners. The 8, Reimagine. No equipment change. Blinkers last time out. No equipment change for the 8, Reimagine. Once again, no blinkers last time out for 8, Reimagine. No blinkers here, so there's no equipment change for the 8. No blinkers. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3, sloppy track, 2 minutes, 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Fawn Leibowitz. First to move into the starting gate, Alex Achard, Crown with Grace. Now Jose Gutierrez with Air Force Thunder has taken her position. Jesus Castanon and the more than ready mare Morgan's Bluff. Joe Ramos reimagined. No blinkers last time out. No blinkers here over the 1 mile and 70 yards. So reimagined. Midtramuro Cheyenne Moon. Yolanda Mahica leading up Choate. Wedding March would be a third on the card for Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader, with 92 here this season, and one more. Evan Roman with Small Town Heroine. It's 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track sloppy, all in. And they're off. And Crown with Grace was slow to go, drifts back to last. Fast starts for Wedding Party right there toward the inside. Air Force Thunder and Small Town Heroine in the orange sleeves is also forward as they enter the first turn. It's Air Force Thunder with Jose Gutierrez taking the initiative. Air Force Thunder is the fleetest of the field as these fillies of mare go to the back, with Wedding Party has the gold dots on the black sleeves, who now pursues Air Force Thunder, who's the overall leader, inside 6 furlongs to run. In the meantime, Cheyenne Moon is third upon settling by 5 as Air Force Thunder has really stretched them out over a lot of ground. Morgan's Bluff is next in the purple cap, just in advance of Small Town Heroine. 3 lengths away, Fawn Leibowitz. It's 3 more to reimagine. Another length and a half to Choate, who's out deep on the track and slow starting. Crown with Grace trails. The quarter whiz past 22.68. Half mile for Air Force Thunder wings it. 46.15. Strong gallop on. Air Force Thunder has widened to a nearly 10-length lead or so. 3 furlongs from home as Cheyenne Moon starts to gain. Morgan's Bluff is picking up now for Jesus Castanon as they round the far turn. In the meantime, it's still Air Force Thunder. 8 lengths in front on the edge of the quarter pole from Cheyenne Moon, and on the outside Morgan's Bluff as they try to close down Air Force Thunder. Fawn Leibowitz straightens away in 4th. Reimagine 5th. Small Town Heroine Crown with Grace. Dropping back was Wedding Party to last, also in amongst those back markers as they straighten away. 3/4 in 1 minute 12.09 seconds. Air Force Thunder. Air Force Thunder shifting her path. Fawn Leibowitz comes charging up the rail. Here's Reimagine, who's slightly edging left but is clear now. Then Cheyenne Moon, they're near home with Joe Ramos. Reimagine had that cherry red rally cap on. Reimagine won by 4. 3-way go for second. Fawn Leibowitz with Cheyenne Moon and Crown with Grace close. Morgan's Bluff back in 5th. Number 8, Reimagine. 8-1 first. The judges examining a photo before posting the remaining order of finish. Joe Ramos, Danny Simpson for Louis Roussel III. Reimagine, daughter of Tom's D'Etat first, 1 Fawn Leibowitz. 14-1 second, 9 Cheyenne Moon. 5-1 third, 7 Crowned with Grace. After a slow start, gets into the superfecta. Morgan's Bluff the mare for the pentafecta. 8-1, 9-7-4. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 8, Reimagine with Joe Ramos. Reimagine is a 3-year-old Bay filly by Tom's D'Etat out of the Heartspun mare, Heavenly Sis. Danny Simpson trains for Louis Roussel III. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Reimagine. Rally to win the fillies and mares. First up at 8-1. 10-cent pentafecta paid $1,007.26. Morgan's Bluff was 5th. 8-1 exacta, $140 even, 50-cent trifecta, $243.05. Cheyenne Moon ran 3rd. 9-8 double paid $205.80. 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. 1 with the 9 with Reimagine the 8. Paid out $222.85. Crowned with Grace was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $246.66. Morgan's Bluff 5th. 21 minutes away, race 8 of 9, and 1 of 3 off the turf. Main track sloppy as the drizzle starts up here. 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 4 special gift card. 4 special gift card has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta starts at a late double. In the 9th, scratch the 8 all that yard. 9th race quarter horse allowance dash over the 350. Sloppy track from the finale, scratch 8 all that yard. In the quarter horse finale, 3 El Fulano will be ridden by the quarter horse meet leading jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz. The 29 meet wins is on the 3 El Fulano, 5 AJK Forgiven, Hugo Macias. Jockey changes, Eduardo Luna Diaz rides the 3, Hugo Macias rides the 5, scratch the 8 there, and our final quarter horse dash of the day. Post time, 5:52. And Crown with Grace was slow to go, drifts back to last. Fast starts for Wedding Party right there toward the inside. Air Force Thunder and Small Town Heroine in the orange sleeves is also forward as they enter the first turn. It's Air Force Thunder with Jose Gutierrez taking the initiative. Air Force Thunder is the fleetest of the field as these fillies of mare go to the back with Wedding Party has the gold dots on the black sleeves, who now pursues Air Force Thunder, who's the overall leader inside 6 furlongs to run. In the meantime, Cheyenne Moon is third upon settling by 5 as Air Force Thunder has really stretched them out over a lot of ground. Morgan's Bluff is next in the purple cap, just in advance of Small Town Heroine. 3 lengths away, Fawn Leibowitz. It's 3 more to Reimagine. Another length and a half to Chotu's out deep on the track and slow starting. Crown with Grace trails. The quarter whiz past 22.68. Half mile for Air Force Thunder wings it. 46.15. Strong gallop on. Air Force Thunder has widened to a nearly 10-length lead or so. 3 furlongs from home. As Cheyenne Moon starts to gain, Morgan's Bluff is picking up now for Jesus Castanon as they round the far turn. In the meantime, it's still Air Force Thunder. 8 lengths in front on the edge of the quarter pole from Cheyenne Moon, and on the outside, Morgan's Bluff as they try to close down Air Force Thunder. Fawn Leibowitz straightens away in 4th. Reimagine 5th. Small Town Heroine Crown with Grace. Dropping back was Wedding Party to last, also in amongst those back markers as they straighten away. 3/4 in 1 minute 12.09 seconds. Air Force Thunder. Air Force Thunder shifting her path. Fawn Leibowitz comes charging up the rail. Here's Reimagine, who's slightly edging left but is clear now. Then Cheyenne Moon, they're near home with Joe Ramos. Reimagine had that cherry red rally cap on. Reimagine won by 4. 3-way go for second. Fawn Leibowitz with Cheyenne Moon and Crown with Grace close. Morgan's Bluff back in 5th. All in. Reimagine Joe Ramos for Danny Simpson and Mr. Louie taking out the Phillies mares. The final time was 1:44.81 seconds. 1:44.81 the final time after race 7, sloppy track, 1:44.81.
sometimes when the light bulb goes off, it stays off. And Reimagine in there. Previously 0 for 12, now 2 wins in a row all over the racetrack, but certainly much best in there. Wrong lead, right spot. Joe Ramos able to keep Reimagine straight enough in there. And now with that winner, we're looking at a couple of very long shot payouts in the pick 5. My top selection, Darkest Achievement. I'll tell you right now, I'd love it for it to be me in this pick 5, but it's not. Someone would bring home about $82,000 if Darkest Achievement won. And that's a pretty exciting spot to be because you'd have to bet multiple thousands of dollars in order to get $82,000 on this currently 4-1 shot who's taken some action early on. And I'll start right here. I mean, it's an exciting moment. 82K on the line, just about 10 minutes away. Christine Cagle, homebred, the 3-year-old by Spite Song, gets Rodney Prescott aboard. Shannon McGovern. This horse takes on winners for the first time, also goes to the allowance rank. So it's like a double whammy on a class jump perspective. 1 mile and 70 yards, stretching out from 5.5 furlongs. But there was expectations going into the debut. Went off at 6-5. Broke a little bit slow, even though that first call gives this horse the lead by a half length. They did break slow. They recovered quickly to go right to the lead. They were well held at the top of the lane, and it looked like they were just sitting on a ton of horse. And when Rodney Prescott asked, there was more in that tank, and I noted that the gallop out was very, very nice as well. So did so relatively easily. Did it at the maiden claiming ranks, now takes on winners, now has to go around 2 turns, and now at the allowance ranks. But the mare, Eloise, she's been pretty good as a brood mare. She's produced 6 winners from 8 foals, winning at 10%. The problem is winless so far around 2 turns. The average winning distance, 5.7. So even though she's produced a ton of successful horses, she's yet to produce a horse who's won at a route of ground. I know what my eyes saw on September 11th. Darkest Achievement finished with more in the tank, galloped out very well, and even though it was at the maiden claiming ranks, that was an easy win for Darkest Achievement. Currently 9-2 as the rain once again joins us here in Shelbyville, but an exciting moment and a horse to watch for sure, knowing that 82K is on the line for one lucky foe. Horse number 1, Unbridled Hero. 1 for 16, 9 second and third place finishes. I mean, that light bulb angle, we talked about it. Once it goes on, it can stay on. Reimagine, very similar setup to Unbridled Hero. Previously 0 for 12, now 2 for 14. What about Unbridled Hero? Previously 0 for 15, now could easily be 2 for 17 in this spot. Should get some pace to chase in here. It has experience on a wet track, has finished third twice with the rain falling here. Won easily last time out at 6-5. Another one who takes on winners for the first time, which is a tall task, but not asking as much as Darkest Achievement because Unbridled Hero already won around 2 turns, has multiple races around 2 turns, and also won at the maiden special weight allowance level as well. 6-1 on the board. We'll see if Hannah Leahy can go back-to-back for Israel Garcia. But the 7's taking all the money. It's inclined, and this animal is 1 for 22 with 7 second-place finishes. In fact, 5 of the last 6 races have resulted in second-place finishes. If you've been betting this horse to place, you're probably buying a new house or at least looking at a new car, betting this animal to place these last couple of races. Keying the horse underneath in the exactor, those trifectas. Just doesn't love to win. In fact, this year, 0 for 6 with 5 second-place finishes. Comes back on a little short rest as well. 8 days off after being the beaten favorite last time out. I certainly respect that this horse can absolutely win. And frankly, on the numbers, should win. I just can't stomach 4-5 on a horse who's 1 for 22 with 7 second-place finishes. If you think the numbers don't lie and numbers do not lie and this horse will just win based on the raw data alone, you are different than me. I'm gonna sit this one out. I think there's value elsewhere in the 1 and the 6, and if this horse goes off at 1-2 after facing defeat 21 times, we'll see how it shakes out. We've got quarter horse action coming up to either recollect or double down on some of our money as Miss Martha takes you through the 9th and final on a sloppy Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
horses stepping onto the track for the 8th race. This off the turf, 1 mile and 70 yards, main track sloppy, a field of 9. 4 special gift card has been scratched. The 4 is a non-runner. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, start of our final double of the day. 9th race, capping off the card with a quarter horse allowance dasher with a 350. 9th race, scratch 8, all that yard. 9th race, scratch the 8. Quarter horse dash, 3 Alfalano. The leading quarter horse jockey this season, Eduardo Luna Diaz, with 29 wins, rides 3 Alfalano. 5 AJK Forgiven, Hugo Macias rides the number 5. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70 yards main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Darkest Achievement. Hannah Leahy, Unbridled Hero in the green. Joins Darkest Achievement. Inclined 6-5 favorite, Mitchell Morrill for Mike Lauer. Anthony Slow with Teeny Memories installed. You Are Not the Father would cap off a hat trick on the card for leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Jose Gutierrez with Junkyard Justice drew 3. Sloppy track. Luis Contreras with Polar Drift, 2 back. Josh Morales, 3-2 run. Coming up. Inclined 6-5 favorite. 3-1 Unbridled Hero and 5-1 You Are Not the Father. 51-1 on 3-2 run. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Joel Albornoz, Hot Black Coffee, was last out maiden turf mile winner here. They're in the gate. They're off. You Are Not the Father, Hot Black Coffee. Toward the inside, Unbridled Hero and 3-2 Run is also vying for the early lead as they splash into the first turn. It's 3-2 Run. With the rail for Joshua Morales, 3-2 Run takes the top from right there. Darkest Achievement at the 6.5 with these joint leaders. 2 lengths away to You Are Not the Father in the orange sleeves and cap. Hot Black Coffee fourth on the far outside. Unbridled Hero in the green jacket with the rail, and TD Memories also in the hunt. Polar Drift settles back some 6 lengths off the duel out in front. Inclined is running second to last while settled by Mitchell Morrill here on this sloppy track, and Junkyard Justice trails. The quarter, 22.98 seconds. Fast pace on as 3-2 Run has locked horns with Darkest Achievement. They take this battle to a half mile from home with You Are Not the Father. Third close up for Fernando de la Cruz. Polar Drift is deeper out running in fourth. Hannah Leahy, Unbridled Hero making inroads. Inclined is now on the move. Half mile 47.11. Then TD Memories, further back to Junkyard Justice, and Hot Black Coffee is tailed off. It's You Are Not the Father going for the quarter pole. Polar Drift starting to pick up now for Luis Contreras. Here's Polar Drift up to You Are Not the Father. Inclined, steady headway as they straighten away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.43 seconds. And here come the Hoosiers. Inclined comes up the rail nicely now for Mitchell Morrill. Inclined has taken up the running from a battling You Are Not the Father past the 8th pole, nose to nose. Polo Drift flattens out. Unbridled Hero toward the inside. It is You Are Not the Father. Inclined toward the inside. You Are Not the Father. Inclined. It's a battle that's come down to a bob. You Are Not the Father and Inclined at the finish. Polar Drift was third, Unbridled Hero fourth by a long way. Then Darkest Achievement and Junkyard Justice next. Inclined and You Are Not the Father. $143.96. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. We're standing by for the judge's verdict. Inclined first. 789-167 Inclined gets the gold today. 8 You Are Not the Father at 4-1 just missed. 9 Polar Drift at 21-1 odds third. 1 Unbridled Hero at 5-2 fourth, and 6 Darkest Achievement 12-1. Finished fifth for the Pentafecta. Mitchell Myrtle lifting the favorite home. For Mike and Penny Lauer, another win on the card. Son of Reddy's Image was second to none today. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 7, Inclined, with Mitchell Myrtle. Inclined is a 4-year-old dark Mayor brown colt by Reddy's Image out of the Lost Victory mare, Hami's Victory. Mike Lauer trains for Penny Lauer. The winner was bred here in Indiana by Mike and Penny Lauer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Inclined at 3-5. First up today. Race 8 official. Result confirmed by the judges. 7-8 exacta. $10.80 after the win photograph. 50-cent trifecta, 7-8-9, paid $13.80. 8-7 double, $30.80. Unbridled Hero was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, paid $6 and change. Darkest Achievement back in fifth. 10-cent pentafecta, $28.02. Pick 3, $59.30. The $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. 404 late pick 4, $844.30. 50-cent late fire 5. After the low 11.99% takeout. 5 of 5 paid $2,540. And 15 cents on 5 of 5. Sloppy track 143.96 after the running of race 8. One more. Ninth race to close out the card. Quarter horse allowance dash over the 350. Scratch the 8 all that yard. Scratch 8. As noted, 3 El Fulano, ridden by the meet's leading quarter horse jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Rides 3 El Fulano. 5 AJK Forgiven, Hugo Macias, riding the 7-time winner, the 5 AJK Forgiven. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time, now scheduled for 6:19. They're off. You Are Not the Father, Hot Black Coffee. Toward the inside, Unbridled Hero and 3-2 Run is also vying for the early lead as they splash into the first turn. It's 3-2 Run. With the rail for Joshua Morales, 3-2 Run takes the top from right there. Darkest Achievement at the 6.5 with these joint leaders. 2 lengths away to You Are Not the Father in the orange sleeves and cap. Hot Black Coffee fourth on the far outside. Unbridled Hero in the green jacket with the rail, and TD Memories also in the hunt. Polar Drift settles back some 6 lengths off the duel out in front. Inclined is running second to last ball, settled by Mitchell Myrtle here on this sloppy track, and Junkyard Justice trails the quarter. 22.98 seconds. Fast pace on as 3-2 Run has locked horns with Darkest Achievement. They take this battle to a half mile from home with You're Not the Father. Third close up for Fernando Letta Cruz. Polar Drift is deeper out, running in fourth. Hanalehi, Unbridled Hero making inroads. Inclined is now on the move. Half mile 47.11. Then TD Memories, farther back to Junkyard Justice, and Hot Black Coffee is tailed off. It's You're Not the Father going for the quarter pole. Polar Drift starting to pick up now for Luis Contreras. Here's Polar Drift up to You Are Not the Father. Inclined, steady headway as they straighten away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.43 seconds. And here come the Hoosiers. Inclined Comes up the rail nicely now for Mitchell Merle. Inclined has taken up the running from a battling You Are Not the Father. Past the 8th pole. Nose to nose. Polo Drift flattens out. Unbridled Hero toward the inside. It is You Are Not the Father. Inclined toward the inside. You Are Not the Father. Inclined. It's a battle that's come down to a bob. You Are Not the Father and Inclined. At the finish. Polar Drift was third. Unbridled Hero fourth by a long way. Then Darkest Achievement and Junkyard Justice next. Inclined and You Are Not the Father.
today, but you have to admit it sure was nice to have perfect weather for Hoosier Day last week and also our big all-quarter horse day on Saturday. So moving ahead, still a great day. It's a great, fantastic support from the fans that we have such good handle even when we're off the turf at Horseshoe Indy. Well, first I'd like to congratulate Jesse Vasquez and owner and breeder Kimberly and Roger Beam for a really nice victory yesterday from La Spirit Moves Me. It's just the handicapping tip that I think most people ignore is if you see a horse finish out of the money, you've got to look at why. And that particular horse stumbled badly, lost all chances in the previous race. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez got him out of the gate yesterday in our finale, and it was a picture-perfect ride and a great finish at a nice price. So congratulations to those connections. All right, well, we have a quarter horse allowance, $20,000 purse, and just one scratch, that's 8, all that yard, but we have a good field. And the question is which one of these horses, and quite a bit of experience here, is going to handle the off track? So I've got one that definitely does. We'll go to the paddock and talk about a few of my contenders. All right, I'm going to begin with number 2, and that's Full Boogie. Tony Cunningham has 2 in our finale, but I kind of was drawn to Full Boogie. He's joining Tony for the second time this afternoon. A little bit of a trainer switch back and forth in his career, but jockey Danny Martinez guided this 4-year-old Tempting Dash gelding to a victory in the $34,000 Escondido Beach Overnight Stakes on August 27th. He's got the return call today. Obviously good breeding for this gelding, and no reason to believe that he's going to kind of hit the road and do anything less than he did a couple weeks ago. It was a really nice effort. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, this horse was the fastest qualifier for last year's and ended up winning the QHRI Derby. So it's got some back class. Now as a 4-year-old, still seems to be going strong. All right, let's go next to number 7, and that's Relentless Reba. This race was written for both colts and geldings and fillies and mares. We've got a couple older horses competing. Relentless Reba is very, very sharp. She exits a runner-up finish in the Bank of America Distaff Challenge. Those are those AQHA races that give an opportunity for a horse to win the regional race and go to the finale that they hold this year at the Downs of Albuquerque. She is owned and trained by Cody Gates, 5-year-old daughter of He's Relentless. And Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who won yesterday's race, is going to ride for Cody, being that Jesse doesn't have a horse in. But I think this mare really merits consideration. Class drop from a nice stakes effort back to the upper allowance level. All right, let's talk about the horse on the far outside. That's number 10, A Prolific Jess, 5-year-old gelding by champion stallion Apolitical Jess. I refer to that horse as one of the top quarter horse stallions in the country. And Stallion Research just put out a flyer on him. He's the only major living stallion that's one of the top producers in the country. And his progeny just exceeded the $80 million mark in earnings. That's a pretty huge number for Apolitical Jess and the daddy of Prolific Jess. So I was kind of drawn to this horse by pedigree, but also look back on a June 25th race where he won over a sloppy track. See, in quarter horse racing, we don't have those Tomlinson speed, turf, muddy track figures the way they do in thoroughbred. So sometimes you just have to see how a horse takes to it. And believe it or not, some of them hate it, and some of them really, really do well on it. So I think especially outside post for A Prolific Jess should be a good effort today for trainer Felix Barazza, and he'll give a leg up to rider Fernando Morin. So don't ignore this one. Could be a nice price. And then I'll round out my top 4 with a very talented mare, and that's number 4, Sintacha's Secret. She's going to make her 20th lifetime start today for breeder, owner, and trainer Ricardo Martinez. She's a 4-year-old mare by Habit's Secret, and she was bumped and lost all chances in her last race, which was the Escondido Beach overnight $34,000 stake. But she's banked over $90,000 for Ricardo. I think she's capable of so much more, and I certainly would not be surprised to see her do very well in this particular allowance race.
The horses call post right now for the 9th race, capping off the card with this quarter horse allowance dash over the 350 yards. Sloppy tracky field of 9. 8 all that yard has been scratched. The 8 is a non-runner. A couple of jockey changes here in the quarter horse finale. Number 3, El Fulano, the jockey. Eduardo Luna Diaz tops the quarter horse jockey standings this meet. There's Eduardo Luna Diaz riding 3, El Fulano. 5, AJK Forgiven. Hugo Macias rides the 7-time winner. Hugo Macias on 5, AJK Forgiven scratched the 8. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta close to a starting time. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading, Danny Martinez, full boogie, uses a flipping halter. El Fulano joins. Meets leading quarter horse jockey this season, Eduardo Luna Diaz. 29 victories at the meet. El Fulano joined full boogie. After school, uses a flipping halter. A prolific Jess to that outside gate. AJK Forgiven. Sintacha's Secret coming up. Just a couple of them back. Isidro Manabuenos with Lethal Fast Cash. Like full boogie, both for Tony Cunningham. Here in our final dash of the day over the 350. Lethal Fast Cash. It's even money, full boogie. One more. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Relentless Reba in the red. Wednesday post time 2:10. Sloppy track. Finale in the gate. Off in the Tuesday finale. Relentless Reba rockets away along with After School from those inside gates. Cigar on the Beach, full boogie pursues past the 220. Alfilano's coming with a charge. Squeezed back was AJK Forgiven. Here's After School. After School for Alberto Serran. After School surging. After School and full boogie. Close call. Sintacha's Secret was third. And then Apolitical Jess with Relentless Reba and Lethal Fast Cash, part of that next wave as they splash past the post. Photo finish, holo tickets. $17.232 on a sloppy track. Here's the verdict. Final result 9-2-4-10-7 runs fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta 9. After School 6-1 first. Now margin of victory 2 full boogie and even money. Final favorite was the runner-up. 4 Sintacha's Secret third. The 10 Prolific Jess was fourth. And the 7 Relentless Reba fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Alberto Serran for Hector Sanchez and Carlos Lopez Garcia. The winner bred in California by Edward Allred. After School at 6-1 caps off the card. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle of the Nine, After School with Alberto Serran. After School is a 6-year-old sorrel gelding by Kitty Up. Out of the TR Dasher mare, Study Hall Pierce, Hector Sanchez trains for Carlos Lopez Garcia. The winner is bred in California by Edward C. Allred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of After School. Takes out a swift time for the 350. Sloppy track of 17.232. Stand by for the confirmation on that final time. It was quick, 17.232. Result official. Final results in. 9-2 exacta, $43.80. 50-cent trifecta, $92.35. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned $553.23. Relentless Rebo ran 5th. The final pick 3 of the day paid $61.60. April Livic Jess was 4th. The 10-cent Superfecta, 92410, paid $83.92. And the 7-9 late double, $29.80. Please note, upon review, officials posting the 350-yard final time now is 17.65. That was corrected by officials, 17.65 for the 350 sloppy track tailwind. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card will be on Wednesday and Thursday programs here from 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today. From the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Tuesday finale. Relentless Rebo rockets away along with After School from those inside gates. Cigar on the Beach, full boogie pursues past the 220. Alfalano's coming with a charge. Squeezed back was AJK forgiven. Here's After School. After School for Alberto Serran. After School surging. After School and full boogie. Close call. Sintacha's Secret was 3rd. And then finale in the gate. Off in the Tuesday.